All right, good morning. This is Thursday, September 21st, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of September. If you would please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So we have Commissioner Krolicki in Carson City, or by remote, yes. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
All right. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, at this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak. We ask that you speak directly into the microphone and speak clearly as possible, because this meeting is being transmitted electronically as well as being transcribed. So Madam Secretary, if we could please proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right, anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during this public comment period cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments of the public as well as comments from my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask questions of the public, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against those time constraints. If you have any handouts or copies of your comments to provide, please do not approach the dais with them. An enforcement agent will come get those from you. And if we proceed first to Carson City, is there anyone present in Carson City to make public comment? If so, please step forward to the podium. There being no one present in Carson City to make public comment here in Las Vegas, anyone wishing to make public comment, please step forward, state your name for the record. I think we know how to spell your name.
Okay, I don't have to spell it again.
No.
All right. So good morning, Diamante Asbury here on behalf of the Culinary Union. Culinary Union workers have given public comment at almost every Gaming Control Board and Gaming Commission meeting since last May 2022, so a little over a year. The commission has heard from cooks, bartenders, casino porters, cocktail servers, all types of workers that are fighting for union contracts at different station casinos across the valley. I'm here today to give you a recap of the Gaming Control Board meeting that took place 2 weeks ago. Barbara Tivas, a banquet server, talked about being laid off from Green Valley Ranch during the pandemic after 14 years with the company. She was never called back to work, and she has now developed chronic stress-related health conditions. Robert Franz, another banquet server who had worked at Red Rock for 14 years, talked about being laid off from his full-time position and being rehired as an on-call worker without his seniority. After hearing from those workers who, again, are fighting for union contracts at their properties, the Gaming Control Board also heard from the Director of Hotel Operations at Durango Hotel, claiming that the company aligns with his personal values to treat everybody fair, consistent, and with respect. And we ask, is it fair or consistent for the company to deny its enhanced benefits to workers in unionized classifications at Sunset Station, Green Valley Ranch, and Red Rock? Is it respectful for the company to put its own team members on a mud list, labeling them pro-management, pro-union, or don't know? Prior to the meeting, the union asked Red Rock Resorts President Scott Krieger to meet with workers the same way that Board of Directors member Robert Cashel met with workers after a Gaming Control Board meeting in May. Mr. Krieger refused. When asked why, the chief legal officer of Red Rock Resorts stepped in and said that they don't have to answer our questions. During public comment, on the record, we offered Mr. Krieger the opportunity, to meet with workers after the Gaming Control Board hearing. And after the hearing, Mr. Krieger and other company executives walked past the workers. Walking with Mr. Krieger, the Senior VP of Government Relations, Public Policy, and Communications put his hand up and said, "We're good." We believe that the president of Red Rock Resorts has a responsibility to meet with the cooks, servers, porters, and other workers who make up station casinos. Thank you.
Good morning. Brianna Carbajal, that is Briana Carbajal, from the Culinary Union. I want to comment on a couple questionable text messages by a Stations Casino's property general manager in 2020 and asked if the current president of the company, Mr. Krieger, believes it is right or wrong for management to violate workers' rights and federal labor law. An employer like Station Casinos violates the National Labor Relations Act by encouraging, promoting, or providing assistance to employees seeking to decertify their union. Very simply, workers vote in a union and then workers can vote out the union. But management cannot encourage, promote, or assist. Two questionable text messages come from the general manager of Palace Station in 2020, where the company had recognized the workers as unionized. The first text message refers to management's help with the decertification. Palace general manager says the corporate director of human resources instructed him to get a list of people who can help to decertify the union. On January 11th, 2020, Dave Horn, the GM or general manager of Palace Station, texted a colleague. Phil says to get me the names of the people who can help with the decertification, but don't get directly involved. 9 months later, the same Palace Station general manager writes about how his involvement in completing the decertification came at a personal cost. I got the decertification of the union completed. Horn texted a colleague on September 22nd, 2020. We submitted to them yesterday. Effing lost part of my life in that process. Craziest deal ever. The colleague responded, awesome, congratulations. You have to be approaching Golden Boy status. Dave Horn, aka Golden Boy, is now the manager of Durango Station. Station Casinos management violates federal labor law by encouraging, promoting, or providing assistance to employees seeking to decertify their union. So today we asked Mr. Krieger to go on the record stating what he believes the Station Casinos general manager meant when he texted, I got the decertification of the union completed. Is that an admission of violating federal labor law, or is it not? And we urge the commission to ask him that simple question today. Thank you for your time.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Mercedes Cabrera. He trabajado en Green Valley Ranch hace 17 años como kitchen worker. Estoy luchando para que mis beneficios estén asegurados por un contrato y para que mis compañeros y yo tengamos seguridad laboral. Hace 5 años, tenemos más de 10 años luchando. Hace 5 años atrás ganamos nuestra elección sindical y Station Casinos dijo que respetaría la decisión de los trabajadores. Todavía no hemos visto ese respeto. Gracias.
So in English, that is, my name is Mercedes Cabrera. I've worked at Green Valley Ranch for 17 years as a kitchen worker. I'm fighting for my benefits to be guaranteed by a contract and for my colleagues and I to have security in our jobs. We've been fighting for more than 10 years. 5 years ago, we won our union election and Station Casinos said that it would respect the workers' decision, and we still have not seen that respect. Thank you.
Can you give that statement to the agent?
I gave all of them.
All of them? Okay, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Calciano Corpus, spelled Casiano Corpus. I have worked at Palace Station as the casino porter for 31 years. I am a union committee leader inside Palace Station, which means I talk to my co-workers and organize them to fight for a union contract. The reason I became a union committee leader was so that I could provide a better life and a future for my family. I want to have a better pay, a pension, and a better insurance. Station Casinos does not want to give us what we're asking for. Every day I go to work, I am afraid because I don't know which day I might be fired. We only want Station Casinos to respect the daily struggle of their employees and to sit with us in the negotiating table and sign a union contract. And I believe in you guys. And hopefully you guys can help us by sending them a letter or talk to them to do the right thing. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Buenos días, damas y caballeros. Mi nombre es Benjamín Navarro. Tengo 25 años trabajando en Sunset Station. Soy kitchen worker. Estoy aquí para pedir que ya, por favor, se firme un contrato de trabajo con Unión, porque nos necesitamos todos nuestros compañeros y yo.
Good morning. I am, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Benjamin Navarro, and I'm working for 25 years in the Sunset Station as a kitchen worker. When we asking to you, we want to have the contract soon as possible, and I'm really appreciated. Thank you very much.
Could you please state the first name again, please?
My name is Acela Martinez, and
And his first name?
his name,
Yes.
Benjamin, B and boy, ENJAMIN. I'm sorry.
And his last name?
Navarro, N,
That's fine.
A, B and Victor, A, R, O.
Got it. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It's fine. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment at this time?
Good morning. My name is Chad Harbert, CHADHARBERTS. I am the poker manager at Boulder Station. I have worked in the gaming business in this town for almost 14 years. I have worked for single owner casinos. I have worked for the major corporations on the Las Vegas Strip. All that time, I was working towards an opportunity to work for Station Casinos. When I was a guest at Green Valley Ranch and at Red Rock, I was always so welcomed. I was always remembered. I loved that sense of community. Now that I work at Boulder Station, I am part of that community. Station Casinos provides excellent opportunities for its team members to earn great pay, to help out their families. I am a single father with sole custody of my 9-year-old son. We utilize the medical facilities at Sunset Station. We are excited about the new medical and dental facilities coming to Boulder Station. Station Casinos is a vibrant part of this community. We provide our guests with places to stay, to dine, to game, to see movies, to go bowling, to enjoy free entertainment. I am excited for the Durango project. I am excited for our future projects and seeing how they develop. There are many reasons why Station Casino team members vote us a best place to work, and I am proud to work for Station Casinos. Thank you.
Excuse me. Is there anyone else present to make public comment?
Hi, good morning. My name is Karina, Corinna Christensen, Christensen. I've lived in Vegas now for 8 years, and I moved here. I grew up in a small farming town in Utah, and we would actually come down to Vegas frequently. We would take tomatoes and we were selling them actually at local Smiths, and seeing the bright lights, never imagined that I would live here and work here and have family here now and make this my home. Stations gave me a chance as a kid, coming straight out of college, to work and to grow and develop my career here. They've invested in me, and it didn't matter if I went to a different property or went into different departments, was always greeted warmly and welcomed in just like family. I don't have much family here in Vegas. Stations has become that family for me. I'm very proud to be a woman in gaming, and I'm very proud that Stations has given me the opportunities that they have, and I'm very happy to work for them. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Betty Martin Jones, BETTYMARTIN JONES. I've been working for Station Casino now for 27 years. and I'm very proud to work for Station Casino. I started as a casino porter, and then I moved up. Now I'm a supervisor at Station Casinos. And when I started working at Station Casino, they really live about the family culture, because I used to work we call it the old Aladdin before they closed. And when I got there, they was very polite, very nice. When they wanted you to get a wet spill or anything like that, they would say, when you have the opportunity, can you please get the wet spill at Bank 380? When I come from the Aladdin, I'm like, what? Because at the Aladdin, I got a wet spill at Bank 360. That was the end of the conversation. So when I started there, it was more like a family, and we still like a family. And I've been through a lot of managers. Right now, I work for Jesus Garcia. And let me tell you about that story just a little bit, because I used to be his boss. Now the tables and flipped, and he's my boss. So that's how Station Casino moves you up if you want that opportunity. And I'm very proud to work for Station Casinos. And I continue to work there until I get ready to retire. And I love working with the hourly team members. They special. And the GM, you know, most of the time, like at Caesar's Palace, my sister say, they don't get to know the GM or anything like that. But GM is still there, for you could go there and talk to them. They don't think they too high. If you just a casino porter, the door is always open. So like I said, I'm very proud to work there. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Reni Patane, Reni Patane, and I work for Station since 2019. I work for internal maintenance at Palace Station. As an employee, I have a deep appreciation for our organization. I value the positive work culture, the opportunities for growth, and the meaningful impact in our industry. It's a place where I feel motivated and proud to be part of it. I had the benefit of working alongside some of the most dedicated and supportive colleagues and could ask for. Together, we form not just a team, but family that encourages and lifts each other up. I love this company because it's not just a workplace. It's a place where I found purpose, passion, and sense of belonging. I look forward to many more years contributing to success and being part of this incredible journey. And in the beginning of this year, I got very sick. So I was kind of very terrified. I was rushed to trauma center at UMC. I lost a lot of blood. And what I'm trying to say is that HR, my manager, Maria Sanchez, and everybody, all my supervisors used to call me and guide me and help me to survive, keep my job. And I'm truly, truly appreciate that. So thank you so much. I love Station Casinos. Have a good day.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Carlos Salazar, llevo 12 años en la compañía. Esta compañía no es una compañía que solo da trabajo, sino da una familia. Te da la oportunidad de crecer, te da la oportunidad de progresar. Un claro muy ejemplo es el General Manager que tenemos ahorita. Él era un dealer que ahora es General Manager. En cuestión de cuidar a su gente, nos están poniendo clínicas y ya hay clínicas establecidas en diferentes partes. Y cuando vino la pandemia, fue una de las primeras compañías locales que al gobierno estatal o municipal otorgó una gran cantidad de dinero para investigar lo que estaba pasando.
¿Cuál es su nombre?
Carlos Salazar.
It was a lot.
Yes.
Um, his name is Carlos Salazar. He has been working with Station Casinos for 12 years. And Station Casinos is not only a company that provides jobs, but also provides a family. A clear example is the general manager that we have now. He used to be a dealer, and he's now the GM.
Y cuando vino la pandemia, fue la primera compañía local que dio dinero, digamos, para investigar lo que estaba sucediendo y apoyó a los trabajadores.
And when the pandemic happened, this company was the first one to pay the workers and to support all of the workers at the same time that this was happening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Dwayne Risner, DUANERYZNER. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. It's a pleasure to be here. I just want to say, I've been in this city since 1980. I started my career in downtown Las Vegas. In 1989, I was fortunate enough to get hired at Palace Station and worked for the founder of this company, Frank Fertitta Jr. And during that time, again, the 12 years that I was at Palace Station and opened Boulder Station, Fiesta, Rancho, again, nothing but family. I left after 9/11, did some casinos, opened a property in Central California and then Northern California for stations again. For another 13 years, and then went on the road again, lured to casinos in Albuquerque, New Mexico, again, back for the third time. Total of 30 years of my life, I've been with Station Casinos. I'm the director of security currently at Green Valley Ranch. And again, raised 4 daughters with the bulk of the time that I was with this company. They have taken very good care of me and my family. I have nothing but good things to say. And again, after the third time being hired back, total of 30 years, again, had some good times, had some tough times. And during the tough times, this extended family was there for me. And I'm there for them today. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Is there anyone else present that wishes to make public comment? All right, that will close our public comment section. Thank you. Madam Secretary, our next item on the agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for August 2023.
All right, I believe each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. If there are no questions or comments, I believe this is in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion to approve the last month's disposition as we've all reviewed.
Any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion on the motion, all in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. And there are none opposed. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in the non-restricted consent items.
Our items on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning are items 1, 4, and 5. Recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have disclosures on these items.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do have a number of disclosures for the consent non-restricted items. In relation to non-restricted item number 1, Peppermill Casinos, Inc. is a client of Louis Roca, the firm where I am a partner in intellectual property matters in which I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Also, as to non-restricted consent item number 5, Station Casinos LLC and Station GBR Acquisition LLC are adverse in a transactional matter involving a client of Louis Roca, the firm where I am a partner, in which matter I am not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
I also have disclosures.
All right.
Chair, With respect to non-restricted items 1, 4, and 5, I would like to disclose that I have a young family member who is employed in a junior non-gaming role at the Red Rock Resort. In addition, in the late 90s, I served on the executive committee of Caesar's Palace in operations, and Red Rock Resorts Council, who will be standing before us today, I'm sure Mr. Mark Rubenstein was my legal counterpart on that same executive committee. I believe that the independent judgment of any reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by either of these relationships, and therefore I intend to participate in all the related matters that we talk about today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other disclosures to be made? All right, there being none, any discussion or comments or questions on these consent items? There being none, then I believe it's in proper form for a motion. Does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of consent items, non-restricted 1, 4, and 5 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
With the conditions as noted?
Yes, with the conditions as noted and included by the Gaming Control Board.
Okay, any discussion on Commissioner Solis Rainey's motion? There being none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All right, the motion passes and there were none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in the restricted consent items.
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 3, 4, 6 through 9, 11, and 12. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Okay, if there are no disclosures on these items, then I will ask if there's any questions or comments on these items. There being none, it appears that these items are in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted items number 3, 4, 6 through 9, 11, and 12 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board with any conditions included therein.
All right, any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 All right, and there are none opposed. Thank you. We now move to the non-restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, if you could read in non-restricted number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Scott Krieger for finding of suitability and/or licensure as an officer and/or key executive as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have disclosures on this item.
Thank you so much, Chair. I do have a disclosure for non-restricted number 2. Station Casinos LLC and Station GBR Acquisition LLC are adverse in a transactional matter involving a client of Louis Roca, the firm where I am a partner, in which matters I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
In that case, would I need to repeat my 2 disclosures?
Would you like to have it incorporated herein by reference for the record? You just want to incorporate it herein?
Oh, very well. In that case, I will read it into the record.
Oh, no, you
Thank-
don't need to.
Oh, I don't?
We'll just
Good.
incorporate what you previously said into
Thank
the
you.
record
Thank
and
you.
note your intent to participate based upon your determination as previously stated.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
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 Good morning.
Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, I'm Mark Rubenstein of the law firm of Reed, Rubenstein and Bogatz. I am privileged to appear before you today on behalf of Red Rock Resorts, Station Casinos, and the individual applicants for this and the next 3 items that follow. We begin with the applications of Scott Krieger for findings of suitability and licensing for the various Red Rock Resorts and Station Casinos entities where he serves as an executive officer, namely president. Scott's here to talk about what he's been doing since his last licensing event, which was in 2015 with SLS Las Vegas, and how he came to this particular day. I'll turn it over to Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. Good morning. My name is Scott Krieger, SCOTTKREEGER. Welcome and thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you this morning. Perhaps I can give you an update on where my career has taken me since I've been in front of the commission a few years ago.
Please.
As mentioned, thank you. As mentioned, I was president and COO of SLS Las Vegas. And if you recall, SLS Las Vegas post-opening had some financial struggles. I was brought in by the private equity firm to really have two remits. One was to put the property on a financial footing for the future, and then also look for a strategic exit for the private equity firm. So I had a 2-year contract, and we were well along the way of a deal transaction with Alex Murillo, as you may know. And my 2-year contract came up. I had an opportunity to join Galaxy Entertainment Group in Macau, which happens to be the highest EBITDA producing integrated resort in the world. So I thought that that would be a great opportunity, both from a career perspective and from a personal perspective from my family. So we shipped out and went to Macau, China for about 5 years. And it was a great cultural experience, great professional experience for me. Unfortunately, because of COVID complications, my family and I got separated and the borders got closed. So as soon as the borders opened back up, I was able to rejoin my family in Las Vegas. Upon doing so, I called Frank and Lorenzo, and you may see from my record, I had worked for them for about 12 years previously. And they had a role available for me. So it was very fortuitous. And ever since then, I've been back with Station Casinos, Red Rock Resorts.
Thank you. At this time, I believe we've all watched the hearing before the board and watched it or read it or, and so at this point, I will open it up for questions.
Well, if I may start.
Sure.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Mark
welcome back, Mr. Krieger.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good to have you back in the city. I'm sure you are pretty relieved, as your family probably is too.
Life is a journey.
Thank you. And I did have the opportunity to review and hear through the Gaming Control Board presentations. Delighted to have you back in the city.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, I just had a quick question. Mr. Krieger, you indicated that you had previously spent about 12 years with a company. What was the reason you left?
Actually, at that time, there was some management changes at the senior level in the company. And I was dispositioned into a different role, in which case I chose to not take that role and submitted my resignation to the company in favor of a job in Atlantic City.
Okay. So you were the senior VP of corporate operations?
That's right.
And what position were you moved into? Is that the senior VP of operations?
I was a development role.
Just curious. Quick question with respect to the public comment, people that were here, don't care one way or another. I'm curious, are the people that are here on behalf of the company, are they all on the clock?
I'm not sure of that, Mike, do you know? Volunteer, sorry.
I'm sorry? Okay, I just wondered, a lot of them were wearing name badges and their company tag thing, their key cards. So I was just curious about that. We're happy to hear from anybody, obviously, during public comment, but I was just curious about that.
Thank you. I do want to thank all of those team members for supporting the company today.
I didn't have any other questions for you individually. Your record was pretty clear. You have some great experience, and I'm sure the SLS was a big job. And I'm happy that you're back in the city and that we're benefiting from the experience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki, do you have any questions or comments?
No, some comments, please. And first, my apologies to you, Madam Chair, my colleagues, and the folks assembled in Las Vegas for my remoteness today, last minute. And again, I appreciate the indulgence and the understanding of the reason why. Mr. Krieger, I'm sorry, this is my second time to watch you virtually. I'm far prefer to be there in person today. But the one item that really jumped out at me in one of my former job assignments for the state of Nevada in tourism, I was a regular visitor to Macau. And certainly the Las Vegas entities that we all know who domicile in Macau and Cotai, we're familiar with and we know who they are. But in a very peculiar set of circumstances originating out of Hong Kong, I was introduced to Francis Louis and the entire family. And he just became a charming and fascinating friend that I would regularly visit. But your 4 years in Macau, could you explain a little bit more about your role in the Galaxy property in Cotai is truly spectacular, but to be in the role that you had, that must have been an extraordinary experience. But I'd love to hear a little bit about that time.
Well, thank you. You know, you warm in my heart, and I have a smile on my face for Francis. I worked with him pretty much on a daily basis. And Galaxy Entertainment, interestingly enough, is a family originated, founded business and a family operated business, very much like Station Casinos and Red Rock Resorts. So when I went over there, it was very welcoming to be able to interact with Francis on a daily business. And he, if you know him, he's very, very involved on the day-to-day goings on in the company and in the business, which we are in our company as well. My role there was the head of development. So we had a large parcel of land that had phased developments. So I was in charge of the development phase 3 and development phase 4. It included a 16,000 seat arena, an international conference center, 6 5-star luxury hotels, and an entirely new integrated resort, totaling somewhere around the order of magnitude of about $6 billion.
You know, we may have met at that time, but I know you were busy, but I was there for the opening of the arena in the movie theater, and I still have my 3D glasses that Francis handed to me. But I had the pleasure of also knowing the father, but just a fascinating story. So sorry for the digression, but I don't often get to speak to somebody with your experience in that spot who knows Francis Louis. So I took advantage of it. Madam Chair, that's all I have. I think Mr. Krieger's experience and journey through the gaming world, and globally and certainly in Las Vegas, makes him extremely well qualified to serve in the capacity he's being proposed to today.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much for coming today. Welcome. A very impressive background. I watched the presentation in front of the board. I have absolutely no areas of concern, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say proud of a UNLV alum and all the accomplishments. Your career has been quite impressive, and we are very lucky to have you back in the Las Vegas Valley.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I echo the comments of my colleagues, also a UNLV grad, so it's always good to see another one doing well, and we're glad to have you back. Echo all of that. I don't have any issues whatsoever with your application and intend to support it when someone makes a motion.
Oh, I will.
Right.
Well, Madam Chair, in that case, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 2, as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you for being
Thank you
here.
so much.
We appreciate it. All right. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the application of NP Opco LLC for licensure as sole member and manager of NP Durango LLC and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of NP Durango LLC doing business as Durango Casino and Resort for a non-restricted gaming license, for licensure to conduct off-track parimutuel race and sports wagering, for licensure to operate gaming salons, and for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. Lastly, you have the applications of Jeffrey Welch, Stephen Cootie, and Scott Krieger for licensure as key executive as noted on the agenda. Recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Morning.
Morning. For the record, Mark Rubenstein of Reed Rubenstein and Bogatz on behalf of Red Rock Resorts and Station Casinos.
Just as a preliminary matter, the application for amendment to order of registration is draft 2 dated 9/5/23.
That is correct.
And you've looked at that and we're good.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We have a number of people here to introduce for this item, if I may.
Please.
First, of course, is Scott Krieger, president of both Red Rock Resorts and the casino operating company, NP Durango LLC. We've got Stephen Cootie, executive vice president, CFO, and treasurer of Red Rock Resorts and senior VP and treasurer of NP Durango. Jeffrey Welch, executive vice president, chief legal officer of Red Rock Resorts and senior VP and Secretary of MP Durango. David Horn, the General Manager of MP Durango. Mr. Horn's application is pending and will be before you in a few months. We also want to recognize Mr. John Pascolato, Senior VP of Regulatory Compliance for Red Rock Resorts, Michael Britt, Senior VP of Public Policy and Communications, and Michelle Flater, Senior Director of Regulatory Compliance. Chair, we have the same affirmative presentation we made at the board meeting, which I'm guessing by now all of you have either seen or read. Would you like us to run through all of that or just focus on the features of the new resort or just go straight to questions? What's your pleasure?
Very abbreviated version.
Okay.
Thank you again. I'll be short. Brevity is the key to successful communication, they say. So, first of all, a little background on how we came to be. So in 1976, Frank Fertitta Jr., who grew up working in the strip gaming industry, had the idea of creating a casino off the strip. The idea was a casino of locals serving locals, and the idea was quite successful. As he grew the company, his sons entered the business and they grew up in the business alongside of him. And the company that you see today maintains that founder mentality that Frank Jr. had, and he passed on to his sons. And as you've heard from some of our team members, we continue to operate in a culture of family. And as you know, family takes care of family. So it's very important that we invest in our team members. We feel like because we invest in our team members, we are the employer of choice in the Valley. And to demonstrate some of those, one of the things that we're very proud of is we provide free health care to all of our team members and their family, so long as their salary is below $100,000, which represents about 90% of our overall staff. We also believe in hiring full-time people. There's a direct connection between our team members and our guests. And so having a team member that's there on a full-time basis versus a part-time basis is very important to us. That does bear additional cost on our side because they get full benefits, full vacation pay, but it's something we believe in. To complement the free healthcare, we also have 2 medical clinics with 2 more on the way, where they're located on the integrated resort sites. They have free visits, free prescriptions, and basically you don't pay any copays, and you can do medical treatment and get medical attention before or after work. And now we're following up with dental centers as well. We have 2 401k programs to ensure that our team members with longevity are setting themselves up for a retirement plan where they can live and sustain their quality of life. And then lastly, we sponsor citizenship programs for our team members who would like to become U.S. citizens, and we pay for all of the process of doing that. As a result, our team members find Red Rock Resorts to be a great place to work. And as a testament to that, they voted us 3 years running in the RJ Best Places to Work poll as the top casino employer in the Valley. So we're very proud of that. As we talk about guests and team members, very important that we have tenure in our staff so the DNA and culture of our company can live on. Over 30% of our staff has a tenure over 10 years, which we're very proud of as well. And it's a testament to the opportunity and the quality of the workplace. Switching gears a little bit to the development side, which we'll introduce Durango. We don't just build local casinos. We build what we consider regional entertainment destinations. And there's an important distinction because we feel the products that we build offer a broad range of amenities and are complementary to the communities that we are in. So you don't have to play a slot machine. You can come bowling. You can have birthday parties for your kids. You can go to the movies. And we're very proud of that. And it's been a very successful formula for us. So as we look at Las Vegas, we're very confident. There's no one more bullish about the Las Vegas growth than we are. And we intend in the future as a company to continue to invest in Nevada and its citizens. So we plan to grow the company over the next 10 years. We have 7 development sites, inclusive of Durango, that we are on a course to double the size of the company over the next 10 years. So that means more jobs, more tax revenue for the state and local authorities. We believe that, again, investing in Nevada, investing in our team members, and investing in the community is the secret of success for the company. So with that, I'd like to introduce the next lineup of development properties, Durango, which I'm sure Dave Horn, who's the general manager, will give a nice overview of the project and answer all your questions.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the commission, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Appreciate everybody's time. Sorry, let me move this. As mentioned, my name is David Horn, H-O-R-N. I've been the GM of Durango for about 16 months. I started with just a quick summary. I know you've read the documents, but just in case you don't know me, which I'm pretty sure most don't, I started with the company in 1994 as a front desk agent. Spent about 9 years as an hourly team member. The last 17 years have been in a salaried role. This is my 22nd job with the company. The last 4.5 years or so as a general manager level. It's very easy for me to speak quite a bit and endlessly about the company, but obviously about Durango as well. I quite often have to be stopped, so feel free to stop me if I ramble on. It's a very exciting project. In many ways, representative of the company coming out with a new property for the first time in quite a while, in an area that has unbelievable growth in that southwest section. As I mentioned before, we have had that sign up for quite a while, since almost 2005, that I remember driving by, and the irony of me driving by it to run that property is not lost on me. So very excited. I think a part of that growth in that area is also the excitement in hiring for this project. I'll get into the details if you want about the property, but I think the most significant part is we're almost 25,000 applicants on this job, and we're going to end up employing 1,450 people ourselves in the building, and then there'll be an additional 400 to 500 from tenant partners. The interest in the job side of it is amazing. I know there's a lot of competition in the city for the jobs that are going on with all the projects given, but couldn't be happier with the results. As of yesterday, we were rounding the corner on about 50% hired from people accepting offers and accepting roles with us. So again, very exciting. Looking forward to getting this property open, as mentioned before. The property itself, it's a luxury brand for us. It lives within our luxury brand. It's beautiful. We have 10 food hall partners. We have 4 restaurants that are of the bigger nature. We have exciting resorts, pool and lobby lounge, 209 rooms that'll be accompanied with about 28 suites, and fabulous pit, has 63 table games. We have about 2,300 slot machines. We do have high limit area. We do have gaming salons, which we have disclosed. We intend to adhere to the same policies that have been enforced by Director Marisuch with Red Rock. It'll carry over. So we have every intention of just running the luxury resort the best that we can. I would be happy to take questions, or I can continue on about our fabulous property.
Well, let me open it up for questions of my colleagues. I'll start with Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Sure. Thank you for being here, first of all, and we look forward to having your application come before us. With respect to the number of people that you indicated you're going to be hiring, did you say 1,450?
Yes, ma'am, 1,450.
That was a little bit higher than our material, so I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. And the 25,000 is the number of applicants that you've had?
So far, yeah, as of yesterday, it was rounding the corner, pretty close to 25,000 system.
What's the anticipated opening date?
November 20th, 2023.
And you're 50% hired as of now?
Yeah, it's a little over. It's probably closer to 55%.
Is that about on track?
It is actually.
The area.
No, sorry. Yeah, the areas of concern, excuse me, from the competitive set of the city were kind of in the gaming and the food and beverage area, and we are exceeding those areas almost 60 to 70% hired in those areas. So it's coming fast, and with intent. Kind of to your point, is a lot of these later positions in bigger areas were coming in later because the start dates were later. So that was achieved kind of strategically. So we expect we anticipate a tremendous amount of people being hired in this last kind of 4 to 6 weeks here.
The hotel in this property seems to be coming, at least from the materials that I saw, the average or expected room rates are a little bit, seem to be higher than your other properties. Is that correct?
I think it's going to end up on par with Red Rock and GVR rates. I know we've gone out with a particular rate. They're going to open our room reservations in the month of October. We expected to live at a Lux rate, but I think it's also coinciding with the activity that's going on around the city at that time. There's a lot of events when we open, and I think it's anticipation of kind of the city's mode, and then also in a Lux.
Okay, I was curious if the rooms were significantly different. I've been in both Red Rock and Green Valley Ranch, and I mean, they're nice properties.
They are.
Hotels are nice, so I didn't know if this one, was going for a different market.
We're always trying to achieve that Lux brand for our sake. I'd like to think that they're a little better, but they're all fabulous Lux properties.
In our materials, it indicated that when I think 3 of the properties closed, and then later the 4th one, that was the wild, what, bear with me, I forget the name.
Wild Wild West?
Yeah, the Wild West. For that one, it indicated that I believe like 79 out of 80, very, very close numbers were transferred to other properties. For the other 3 properties, how many employees were displaced? Do you know by any chance?
I don't know that number accurately. I know that we were involved in taking a lot of transfers when those properties came at Palace, but I don't have the exact figures.
Is there anybody else that would be able to? What and this may be a question for somebody else also, Mr. Horn. What percentage approximately of the people that were displaced by the closings of those properties were transferred to other properties?
Can you? Sorry, it can't pick up.
Jeff Welsh for the record, WELCH. I have not updated that information in a while, but as of probably a year or 15 months ago, prior to the passage of SB 386, a third of the employees from the closed properties had been hired back.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the number.
Prior to the passage of SB 386, a full third of the employees from the closed properties had been hired back. I haven't updated that though in the last year and a half.
And that was in about 18 months ago.
I think that was the correct number as of 18 months ago. Yes.
And you don't have any indication of the total that were displaced?
I don't know that off.
I was just curious how that related to
I only know
the
the
new property
percentage,
size.
yeah.
Okay.
That we
All right.
brought back.
If you can provide that at a later time, that would be
Certainly
great.
we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with respect, going back to the property, what restaurants are you going to have on this property?
Well, we're going to have our own steakhouse and seafood restaurant that'll be proprietary to our brand. And then we'll have a restaurant called Summer House, which is ran by the Let Us Entertain You group. A very successful brand of restaurants. It's a kind of an American Grill kind of feel concept to it. They'll be serving lunch and dinner. They'll have brunches. All of these restaurants are, by the way, are going to have a patio theme and common theme across the outer front facade area of the casino. We'll also have the George, which is ran by the Fine Group. It's kind of conjoins our sports book to create a really exciting corner of that building. It's a sports kind of casual theme restaurant with an outdoor patio, gigantic LED video that kind of circumvents into the race and sports book. And then we'll have Mijo, which is the Mexican restaurant offering we have from the Click Group. And then we go into the food hall, which is quite a few partners there. A sushi offering by You or Me that is downtown currently. Shang's Artisan Noodle Bar, which is also here in the city with quite a few locations. Ipono comes out of Costa Mesa. Ironically, Chef Gene was a team member for us quite a long time ago, back in the 90s at Sunset, so everyone knows him. Great story. We have Fiorella, who's already in our bloodstream. Vetri and with Fiorella at Red Rock, they'll have a smaller version of that restaurant. We have our own oyster bar proprietary in that venue as well. Uncle Polly's out of California is a sandwich shop that's very good. Herb's Burgers out of LA and Prince Street Pizza out of LA will be coming online, first venues in Las Vegas. Vesta Coffee, which already exists downtown, and then on the west side of town will be our coffee. They have 2 locations inside there. And Nielsen's Custer, which I think everybody probably knows at this point. They're in Henderson, they're in Red Rock, they're going to be in Santa Fe, they'll be in our bloodstream. Yes. Nielsen's.
For those of us professionally on a diet, I just need to verify. 'Cause I've never heard of it, but
I apologize.
it's a sad life.
I'm also sorry that you haven't been able to try it, but it's very good. I think the best part, to your question for all of those venues, and before I forget, we also have the Bel Air Lounge lobby, which also have some food offerings and service the pool. I think the most important part of all of those venues, including ours, is the family concept of those venues being started by their own people. Sam came out of LA and started his own noodle place. Gene started his own iPono process. Sid and Polly starting their own brands for their restaurants. And it's just Betry, it goes on and on down the road. RJ Melman for even his company. They're all homegrown family ran entities. And the Zions who run the Nielsen's are about the nicest people I've ever met in my life. And we're really happy to be a partner with them in all of our properties.
That's a nice compliment. The proprietary ones are your oyster bar and your steakhouse?
Yes, ma'am.
Just curious about that. I always enjoy the restaurants at your property. So, wondering if my favorites were there, but
Save you a spot.
all right. Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Yes, Mr. Horn, perhaps this is unfair. Perhaps we should have asked Mr. Krieger at the same time, but I'm curious as you expand your footprint, and I know in your presentation is an excellent summary of the building going on in Clark County and all of Las Vegas analysis, but do you intend to do any kind of national or international marketing? What percentage of your clientele you think in the future from the quality of the properties, and I speak this, by the way, as a compliment, someone who came off the strip, and as far as I'm concerned, quite a few of your properties, at least 2, if not 3, could be sitting on the strip right next to those ones. Have you ever thought about that, or is that just too soon to talk about?
Obviously, I'll defer to Mr. Krieger as he said.
Well, first of all, we'll take a customer from wherever we can get them. We are predominantly a local focused company when it comes to the gaming and amenities. But when it comes to hotels, specifically the luxury division, which we consider Green Valley Ranch, Red Rock, and Dave's property will be in the luxury division as well. We've seen over the last 5 years a strong uptick in regional and national visitation. And so
not
as much international, but to your point, very much so. We're starting to see people that want to seek a different experience from the strip coming out to our resort properties for something that's a little bit of a more resort-like feel. And so we continue to take advantage of that.
Exactly. And that's a tribute to what you've all built up. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Brown?
Thank you so much for being here today. I just wanted to say first and foremost, thank you for the presentation materials. They were very concise and sharp, and I have to tell you that it looks stunning. I just can't wait to go and see it for myself. So congratulations on a project that I know has been in the works for quite some time. And just for you personally, Mr. Horn, I really like your story in terms of valet, front desk, just working your way up and staying with the company and having that loyalty. I think it's really paid off for you. I know that you've opened 10 projects for the company, and that's huge. So congratulations on your tenure with the company. I really enjoyed the clever ads that I've seen driving around, and I think that has resulted in positive feedback from the community in terms of the number of people that you say have applied. But when I watched the presentation in front of the board, it was my understanding that there would be about 35 to 40% in transfers. Did I understand that correctly?
That's accurate. Yes, ma'am.
And are you including those transfers in the number of hires, or are those separate new hires?
That is included. That is included in the number I gave of over 50%. The transfers were the first part of that process.
All right, thank you. And then I just wanted maybe if you could highlight a little bit about the fact that you're a community partner with your company and that you're involved with an elementary school that's, I think, within the vicinity that you've selected. Can you tell me how that selection came about? I understand that there's positive support for the community, but if you could just highlight that a little bit, because I think it's very important.
Yeah, I would love to. In fact, thank you for bringing that up. I brought that up in the last meeting that we had. Excuse me. Mike Britt is a big part of how we go about that association or partnership with the schools as they're geographically located with our properties. And, coming online, we didn't really have a school assigned to us. And Helen Yurtstrip is the elementary school that was associated with the Palms previously. So the proximity to us, I think, is it's 4.5, 5 miles away from us. That was out there. We had still contributed the monies that we do each year when we donate to these schools as a regular part of our process. So we didn't leave them in the wind totally, but one of the best things about this role, even as a director or a GM, is going down to these schools and you're doing either the reading book fair, you're doing the donations to the book. I forget what Principal Christina called it, but it's the book kind of vending machine, and the donation of the Christmas gifts and the shoe drives and the backpack supplies and all those things. When your team goes down there, it really does give you a lot of perspective. If you don't have a family, you just get that sense of being around these kids. It's incredibly important. It's a very large responsibility that we don't take lightly. So we came in with Helen Yurtstrip Elementary School. We donated the check down there. They were happy because they're going to do another big significant kind of prize gift process for their kids. We plan on going down with the shoe drive, and obviously we'll be there this Christmas. But I'm glad you brought that up because it's important to me with that partnership to maintain, and we support them when they need a venue for their events. And certainly when they require something, they ask us anything that they need, we are quick to respond.
Well, thank you for instilling that culture of giving back to the community into the company. I think it's just integral to Las Vegas growth and sustaining the community. I know that there's been discussion about the dental clinic program and then the citizenship program. Can you help me maybe with numbers, understand how many people take advantage? And I know there are 2 more coming, just in round figures. I'm not looking for much specificity. I'm just curious how many people take advantage of the dental clinic program. It seems like there are 2 more coming, so maybe there's a huge need. And then how many people have matriculated through the citizenship program since its inception?
I don't have those numbers. If Jeff, we can provide them later for you.
Sure.
I do agree that program is one of our best with the citizenship.
I think taking an interest in need of people that are part of your family is important. So it sounds like you're listening and that you're moving forward and helping your employees develop. So that's important.
Absolutely.
And then can somebody speak to the Wildfire Fremont in terms of performance? Its doors open on February 10th, 2023. I was just curious. I didn't hear anything about that. Hi.
In short, it's been successful. Every property that we have has a bit of a ramp, if you will, where you kind of grow your database and the customers come and give it trial, and but so far it's been well received in the community, and we're happy with the results.
Thank you for that report. I have no areas of concern and I have no questions at this point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Horn, again, I, like the others, just really appreciate your story. You've done it from the ground up. Perhaps an answer to Commissioner Marcantonis's question. Part of the business model, I was interested to see that, Red Rock purchased this property years ago because it wasn't near, I think 5 miles was the nearest non-restricted gaming licensed property. So while yes, worthy of the strip, perhaps the business model is to remain off strip, but I thought that was one of the interesting factoids. I know Mike Britt, who you mentioned earlier, does important work for all of you. And this is one of the stories that I was unaware of. So congrats to all of you and Mr. Britt for the reach out to the schools. Do want to talk about, it's already been mentioned, but I think it's important. Certainly the morning started with a half an hour of conversation of people working with or for or formally with station casinos. And I know we're all very sensitive to those issues, but it is compelling when you have 21,000 applications, 25,000 applications for just under 2,000 jobs. So, good on all of you, and it all balances out. The one question I really do have, but I feel like we've kind of interrupted your presentation a bit, was on the gaming salons. I'm happy to hold that question if it's premature, but Madam Chair, is this a good time to speak about gaming salons, or would you like me to hold off on that?
Please go ahead.
It's kind of a newer concept to me, a private gaming salon, just counterintuitive in some ways. I think someone on the Gaming Control Board asked this during that meeting. There's special statutes, but obviously it reminds me, we had talked to Mr. Krieger about Macau and some of the private gaming things there. And I know that's not what we're discussing today, but could you just chat about, how the gaming salon future works, where other places might be, but the unique aspects for security and access and, all of the things you need to do to make a gaming salon work, please?
Of course. Gaming salons were born out of that ultra higher VIP level gamer that either existed in Macau or the Strip. And just by kind of word of mouth and the process and the business aspect of it tended to spread across most of the companies. Not every company has the salon option, mostly because of the detail involved in tracking and keeping the process down very strict and organized for all of the folks that are sitting before me. And that level of detail is needed because you're introducing a player into an environment that is secluded and private. And when you're doing that, you're removing it from the general viewership of what is the main floor of the casino or even the high limit room. So it triggers a whole other round of sensitive regulations from a viewing standpoint that's different per the regulations, from a guest log that's different from the guest from the normal regulations, which we are all happy to abide by because it's kind of the accepted responsibility of offering this as an amenity. I would tell you that it is a more prominent scenario with the salons at the bigger companies on the Strip, but we do tend to have crossbreeding with those players as well. So having that option for those people on the occasion that they do visit our properties is just one more element to live with. I would tell you that most days those doors will operate, and we certify it in this way that it can be that room open door with the same regulations as a high limit room, or once the door closes, it triggers, like I said, the second set of regulations to run that venue. Most days it will live open doors.
And how does that, when you do close the door and there's private gaming going on, private, quote unquote, how does a gaming control board monitor that situation as opposed to a non-private salon setting?
So it will trigger, we have a 24-hour surveillance feed that goes directly to the gaming control board, not necessarily in here, but it's somewhere. And there's as soon as we have that guest that's coming in, they have to report the guest will be joining them in that room, and we log that as well. And then that just triggers a 24-hour continuous logging session of who's in there, of who's playing, when it started, when it ended, just to be as thorough as we can for everybody involved to appease the regulation.
Thank you. Fascinating.
Sorry.
Appreciate
it. Of course.
If I may, one more.
Yes,
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Margatonis.
Obviously, we all understand the stress and the pressure as your entire team, everyone, all the team members have into the lead until you open those doors one day. But what, if anything, concerns you the most right now as the leader? The old phrase of what's keeping you up, what's making you nervous leading up to this opening, if anything? I mean, you seem very confident and you've got a fine team, but is there anything that's a big priority in your mind that it could be issues?
Well, I do a good job of keeping everything,
You certainly do.
Make no mistake, there's obviously stress and anxiety at different levels throughout the process. There's the construction side, which are entities that we don't necessarily control, but they're obviously an incredible construction company to be doing this project. And I think, it's just the harmonization of bringing at the same time the building getting ultimately finished at this date, the people being hired at this date, and then transferring those people in at a process where we have to train them up to what our levels of standard are. And then also make sure that they're comfortable, make sure that they have everything that they would expect to be coming into that building. A TDR that looks amazing and can feed everybody. Their area is functioning, working. They can clock in when they need to. The parking, I may tell you that it will always come up in every building that we have to make sure the parking is convenient, which it is for everybody. It's still free, by the way, and for our team members. But for the team members, as an hourly, always talk about how far you had to walk, and we've made a good job of having that as a convenient spot. So I guess the best answer for you is to make sure that everybody can get to work and open that property safely and be comfortable. Yes, is there a lot of stress in opening? For sure. But I think that the people that we've hired and the people that are part of my executive team have been through quite a few either openings or the process through the pandemic of shutting down and reopening. And I think that adaptability allows them to create a team that can, survive and and make this a fantastic opening for us.
Thank you.
Sure.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions or comments?
Just briefly, if I may, I noted that the audits revealed no material violations. I read through those and those were very helpful. I also noticed that there was a $12 million that was drawn down on the revolver for the third quarter. Is that accurate? And if so, for what purpose was that drawn down? If anybody can speak to that.
Defer to Mr. Cootie.
Thank you.
Morning, Madam. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, members of the board. For the record, my name is Stephen Cootey, Stephen Cootey. I'm the Chief Financial Officer. And you are correct, the revolver is drawn. The current revolver balance is roughly $380 million. The sole purpose of that revolver is to fund the building of Durango. We would anticipate the continuation borrowing that revolver through the fourth quarter until the Durango payments finalize, and there'll be some retainage, that will drag into Q1, and then we will use the results from Durango to then pay down our revolver as we could look to delever the balance sheet.
Thank you. That's what I anticipated. I just wanted clarification and confirmation. I also noted that your interest rates on your long-term loans were, just a comment, were not bad. I mean, they range from the 4.5 for the 4.625 for the 2020 and 2021 long-term debt, and then a little bit of a change for the 6.350% for the older ones. But I think given the economy, the rates are pretty reasonable.
Yeah, the rates really, when you think about it from a historical perspective, we've been living in free money for a long time. When you take a look at the historical treasury rates going back to the Great Depression, we're about 200 basis points over that rate. So right now, I think we have a very strong balance sheet. But to your point, it's interest is real now, and it's something that we're cognizant of as we go forward to refinance the balance sheet next year.
No, I agree, and well done. And if you could just briefly talk about the performance, I understood when I was watching the presentation before the board and reviewing the materials and the confidential financials, of course, that the third quarter has been the best in history. If you could just talk a little about the strength financially, I was pretty impressed with that.
You're talking about the second quarter?
Yeah.
The second quarter, unfortunately, was not the best in the history of the company. It was the third best in the history of the company, followed by the strong performance of 2021 and 2022. And when you look at that, it's been driven by all aspects of the casino, all aspects within the amenities within the resort. The casino experienced its third best second quarter in the history of the company, and on F&B, their second most profitable second quarter in the company, driven by catering, which experienced its eighth consecutive quarter of double-digit growth. So truly a phenomenal execution by our team members. And on the hotel side, through ADR and occupancy growth, and in the comment about being able to drive out of town and regional growth, the hotel actually experienced its best quarter of any quarter in the history of the company. And then looking forward to Q3, what we saw is stability and consistency. So the same trends we are seeing across our database, we're seeing in Q3, we saw predominantly in the past couple of quarters. And on the group side business, we're looking to close the year strong, as the group bookings ending 2023 remain positive.
It's a tremendous performance. Thank you for providing that update. I have no further questions.
I just had a couple follow-up questions. I believe maybe Mr. Pasqualato would be the appropriate person. They pertain to the stadium issue, the stadium technology.
Good morning, John.
Have the frozen accounts, thank you, and I apologize, I interrupted your introduction.
Sean Pasqualotto, Pasqualotto.
Thank you. With respect to the issue that happened with the stadium system on the wagers, have the accounts that were frozen, are those all resolved now?
Turn to Jason McCormick.
Jason McCormick, I'm the Vice President of Racing Sports.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I need you to speak into the microphone. Thank you.
Jason McCormick, JASON, McCormick, MCCRMICK, the Vice President of Racing Sports. I'm talking about the incident on Easter.
In April, yes.
All of the accounts that have repaid the funds haven't been opened back up. If the account is still in a negative balance or those funds have not been returned, those accounts are still frozen.
Do you know how many remain frozen?
I'd have to get back to you.
Okay.
The vast majority have been reopened. It's a small number.
Yeah, I believe as of July 25th, there was 25 that remained closed. with respect to that incident, the wagers were rescinded, because the result was already known. There was a number of those wagers that were losing wagers. Were those rescinded as well?
Correct. We refunded those wagers as well.
All right. And you haven't made the transition yet, as of now, have you, to the new system?
We have not.
Okay. I believe that system's still in the process of getting the approvals and such. So, okay. Do you have an estimated date by any chance?
We're hoping here that they're on the agenda for October, and we're hoping to make the transition in November.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions with respect to that issue. Thank you. And I apologize. I didn't know you were here. That's why I thought Mr. Pascalato might be the appropriate person. With respect, I just had a quick follow-up question with respect to the benefits. These clinics that you have on site, the 2 medical clinics and the 2 that are going to open, are those part of your normal health plan and available to all employees, or are they an option under your health plan?
I believe the answers are yes, they're all available to our team members, correct? Or is there a stipulation you'd like to speak to? Probably defer to Jeff Welch on this one.
Okay.
As far as I understand, each of those medical centers, the 2 that are open now and the 2 that are opening in the immediate future, are available to all employees.
I didn't know if they fell, as an option, say like a PPO versus an HMO and then a company, whatever.
Oh, no, that's everybody who is eligible for, our healthcare is eligible too.
Okay. But that's just one of the options that these employees have, right? If they're under, whether it be your PPO, your HMO.
There are
in
other
addition.
plans. I'm sorry. Did you finish?
Yeah, the clinics are, my question is, are the clinics in addition to whatever plan they're on?
Yes, and honestly, those clinics benefit, as you've heard already, everybody who works at station casinos who makes $100,000 or less, it's free healthcare for themselves and for their families. And the medical centers are available, to them, as well as salaried people who, make more than $100,000.
Is there any differentiation made with respect to those clinics based on union status?
There are, and that I know that has been raised in some of the comments. To the extent there are some benefits that are part of the negotiations for a collective bargaining agreement that have not been made available to the properties where we are negotiating for an agreement. And that's, I think, some of what they referred to in one of the presentations that was made earlier as the enhanced benefits. Those are part of the discussion for the collective bargaining agreement, and they have not been made available to all team members.
Right.
They're represented
And I
by union.
wasn't referring to that. My question, are these clinics part of the enhanced benefits or not?
No, these clinics are not part of the enhanced.
Okay, so those are available to everybody. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Okay, I don't have any additional questions. I believe between the board meeting, the materials that you've provided us, and everything I've reviewed, I'm very comfortable going forward with this matter. I would just simply say that, in 1981, when I was a freshman in high school, I used to ride my bike past Palace Station, I don't know, all the time, weirdly. And it just seems like, on one hand, it's a lifetime ago, but on the other hand, I cannot believe not only just this company, but our city, and the remarkable changes. And it just, I'm looking at this presentation and the materials and all that this company has done over the time, and it's remarkable, really. So it's a very exciting project, super excited to see it. And at this time, if there's no other comments, I think we're ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, just a quick comment. With respect to the labor disputes, it's not my intent to get in the middle of them. And, we've said that previously, but they do concern us. And I shouldn't say us, they concern me. I've seen both sides of the station. These allegations are kind of a side that hasn't been defined or found. So I'm not holding that against anybody. But Stations has been such a good community partner and a good corporate citizen. I mean, they've done a tremendous amount of good in the community. So to see these kind of disputes are just a little bit troubling to me, and hopefully you can work them out. family doesn't always see eye to eye on things, but they're still family and we still got to take care of each other. So just wanted to throw that out there. I mean, I hope it gets resolved. We we leave that to the National Labor Relations Board to decide, but we hear the allegations and they do concern us. So that was all I have. Thank you.
On that issue, related to comments today about efforts to talk and those things, there is active litigation going on before the NLRB, right? And it's very protracted and it's very complicated and it's very prolonged. Would you agree?
That is very much correct.
Okay, so the idea that there's not a conversation in the hallway outside of these proceedings or any other proceedings in this room is not really a surprise when you have active litigation going on in a very heated context, because nothing has come from us from the board, and because I believe there's a history, and when you're a judge, you treat similarly situated persons and circumstances the same, so that people can come into a court system and rely on consistency and have an expectation, right? And so I believe our board does the same thing. They treat similarly situated circumstances the same, and they withhold involvement as long as there's certain pending litigation or investigation. And so I'm not opining on it in any way. I'm simply saying that as far as not having a sit down, a couple weeks ago outside of this proceeding is not surprising or anything necessarily untoward when you have this protracted matter. Would you agree?
That is correct.
Okay.
This isn't the time or the place for those discussions because of the litigation.
Okay. Is there any other questions or comments? Does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 3 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board with the conditions discussed therein. And this is pursuant to the order of registration draft dated September 5th.
Yes.
Is that the one?
Number 2.
Ninth revised order of registration.
Yes, dated September 5th, 2023.
And if I may, on one of the conditions, briefly, condition number 2 that requires an internal control attestation letter. That specific regulation is on your agenda later today to be repealed. And so, I don't know, we have some suggested language that maybe
We just say
would make it.
unless repealed.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Can
basically.
we add that into the
basically-
motion?
Basically, unless prior to commencement of operations, that paragraph of the regulation has been repealed, yes.
Okay.
Wouldn't it just become moot if it's repealed?
It does, but it shows up on the licensing as, having required, and then we have to go through a whole process as opposed to it being self-executing, since it is the very same day that we're
Well, there's no problem with having the condition be conditional. Right?
Correct, Chair. It would just become moot if you decide later today to repeal that subsection of regulation. I think it's 6090.
But for the optic of it, the licensee is asking us to modify the motion to say unless, or, such a repeal occurs or something to that effect, correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
I was just going to say, unless prior to the commencement of operations, that paragraph of Reg 6.090 is repealed.
I'm happy to incorporate that language into my motion. Thank
Great,
you.
thank you so much.
Okay, does anyone have any questions or comments on Commissioner Solis Rainey's motion? All right, there being no discussion or questions, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 6?
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the application of NP Red Rock LLC, doing business as El Cortez Sports Pool, doing business at El Cortez for the adoption of a the addition of a race book and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race wagering. You also have the application of Ike Gaming, Inc., doing business as El Cortez to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the race book, including off-track pari-mutuel race wagering operated by NP Red Rock LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have disclosures.
Thank you, Chair. A non-restricted item number 6, El Cortez Reno Holdings LLC and Expert Inc. doing business as El Cortez Hotel and Casino are clients in non-gaming matters of Louis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner, in which matters I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis, are you incorporating herein by reference like you did previously, the original disclosure that you made?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, Mark Rubenstein of Reed Rubenstein and Bogatz. On behalf of Red Rock Resorts and its subsidiary MP Red Rock LLC, which is the entity licensed to operate the STN Race and Sports Book at the various Station Casinos property, as well as the sports book currently at the El Cortez. This application is to add a race book and off-track parimutuel race operations to the book at the El Cortez. With me today on this item is Mr. Jason Cormick, Vice President of Race and Sports at Stations Casinos. We don't have any affirmative presentations, but we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up for any questions or comments by my colleagues.
I'd also like to note for the record that Mr. Alonso is here on behalf of the El Cortez.
Okay, great. Thank you. Why don't I start on this side? Do you have any questions or comments, Commissioner Marcantonis?
I don't, Madam Chair. I've had the opportunity to review and I have no further questions.
Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. And this is set to go live October 1st, subject to approval today.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
I don't have any questions with respect to the addition of this race book. I was a little confused. I did actually fast forward through. I wasn't able to watch the entire Gaming Control Board meeting, but I looked at this portion and there seemed to be a lot going on. Is anything else changing other than you're adding the race book?
They currently have race parimutuel wagering. We're taking over the parimutuel and the race book, which will give them the ability to add mobile phone wagering, which they don't have currently.
But as far as the property running, that's not changing.
That's not changing.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I in listening to the Gaming Control Board discuss this at length, I'm still a little confused by how the revenue is shared. So on page I of in the executive summary, could you just elaborate a little bit about how the IKE Gaming will receive 100% of the revenue book until $15 million is achieved? I mean, just if you could discuss the formula for a second, please.
Sure. Just in simplest terms, if it's 15 million or less, they get 100% outside of the 0.25 excise tax. If it's 15 million or more, Station Casino retains 40%.
And that's standard, that's regular?
Again, this is a unique agreement. It's a small property. Normally you'd be charged a system fee, but we consider El Cortez a family of our properties. So that's why we have the agreement written this way.
Thank you. That's helpful. No further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't have any questions at this time. So unless you have anything additional to add, I would ask if anyone has a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you. At this time, Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 7?
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Joel Hampy for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have disclosures on these items.
Thank you. For non-restricted number 7, Greens Cafe LLC and Town Center Amusements doing business as Barley's Casino and Brewing Company are client affiliates of the Greenspan Corporation, clients in non-gaming matters of Louis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner, in which matters I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Did Commissioner Marcantonis want to incorporate
Wish
this
to-
disclosure?
Do you want to incorporate herein by reference your previous disclosure?
Yes, we should, but thank you.
Thank you.
On this.
Thank you. Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, this is our final item of the day. I promise I'll leave after this. Last but not least is the application of Joel Hampy to be licensed as key employee for what Stations Casinos refers to as the Wildfire Division of its casino properties. Mr. Hampy was licensed for a nearly identical slate of properties 5 years ago this month, after which he was reassigned to other executive responsibilities within the company. He recently was brought back to oversee the wildfire properties again, and for that reason is before you today. I appreciate you waiving Mr. Hampy's appearance for this matter. I'm happy to answer any questions relative to the application.
Okay, I'm going to open it up for any, questions that any of my colleagues may have for you.
No further questions.
Commissioner Krolicki?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Solis-Many?
I just had a quick question on these. Are all of these properties a joint venture with Greenspan or only 3 of them?
Only the 3.
The 3. Okay, thank you.
There being no further comments or questions, does anyone have a motion?
Yes, Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 7 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion? Comments? All right, there being none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'd just like to acknowledge for the record the incredible work that the board and board staff did on all of these applications. It's very
Thank
much
you.
appreciated.
Thank you. Okay, 2, you need a comfort break? We good. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 8?
Unrestricted number 8 is the application of Keith Meister for finding of suitability as a director and the applications of Mark Sersniak and Mark Lefevre for licensure as a key executive as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure.
Yes, Newcastle LLC is an MGM affiliate, Bellagio LLC, MGM Grand Hotel LLC, MGM Resorts International, New York Hotel and Casino, and Park MGM are intellectual property clients of Louis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner, in which matters I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Good morning.
We ready? Okay. Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Secretary Rupert. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. I believe that Pat Madamba, Senior Vice President and Legal Counsel, is going to be joining us by Zoom, and we appreciate the Zoom waiver appearance. I'm here for the Keith Meister portion of this item, and as you may recall, Mr. Meister appeared in person before both the board and commission last November, and he was waived from having to appear at this hearing because this is just an update with no issues, and appreciate the waiver of his appearance. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Pohl for the rest of the intros.
Can I just see if do we have the appearance by Zoom?
Should be promoting right now.
Okay. Why don't we wait 1 second?
Thank you. Get rid of the echo.
I'm just curious on the feedback.
There he is. We have Mr. Madams now.
I was trying another link because I hadn't come through. Sorry. Chair.
Okay. This one's perfect and the feedback has stopped. So we were just about to go forward. And so thank you for, zooming in. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Chandler Pohl. I'm Vice President Legal Counsel with MGM Resorts International, and I'm here with Mark Lefevre and Mark Zerniak. We can go in the order of the agenda if you'd like. So, Mark Lefevre.
Perfect.
It's Zerniak.
Hi, well, thank you so much for having me, Mark Zerniak, Chief Financial Officer at Bellagio and Park MGM. Pleasure to be here. Since I appeared in front of the commission, I think right after 2020 in the summer, so it has only been a few years since then. I was at MGM Grand in New York, and about 4 months ago, in the end of April, I moved over to the Bellagio and Park MGM, which I've been working at ever since. It's a pleasure to be here. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you. Do my colleagues have any questions? You know, because of the open meeting laws, we don't discuss this in advance, and I never know what questions, if any, anyone's going to have. But I appreciate you being here today and introducing yourself to those new members. It's always good for us to meet everybody in person. And so unless I cut off Commissioner Krolicki, you didn't have any questions?
You know, I actually have a comment, if I might.
Okay.
I think I owe a couple of apologies here, in especially to Mr. Meister, and I think I flat-footed Mr. McGinnis and Mr. McManus when they were in front of the commission earlier. If in the packet we're talking about the MGM governance, and I'm the one who asked about the suitability of the independence of Mr. Meister. And again, my apologies. I was referring to an item that we had heard previously, in which Mr. Meister was described, or when he appeared in November of 22, he was approved as a key executive. And again, my world, a key executive means an employee in the Securities Exchange Commission. In the Gaming Control Board world, it doesn't. So it's my confusion that led to, I think, a flurry of activity as to the true independence of Mr. Meister to chair the audit committee for MGM Resorts International. So the response, I think Mr. McGinnis presented on the last page of the materials in an email form, certainly satisfies me. But again, it was my confusion which prompted that, but I appreciate the response and the attentiveness to us. I wanted to make sure I wasn't forgetting my SEC governance protocols. I have not, and Mr. Meister certainly exquisitely capable and qualified, and good for MGM to have someone of his caliber to take on that role. But again, my apologies for creating a little bit of a circle the wagon thing a couple months ago.
No problem, Commissioner Krolicki. We got with Chief Hoffman and Deputy Chief Rippey got with us, and we were able to get the succinct summary that we're asking for to be able to document, the appropriateness of Mr. Meister's appointment.
Good, thank you.
Why don't we have Mr. Lefevre step up?
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. Mark Lefevre here for key license for MGM, New York, and Excalibur. Since the last time I was in front of the chair, I was at Aria Vidar and been moved over part of the transition with Mark going to Bellagio.
Thank you for being here today. We appreciate your appearance. And I will ask my colleagues, does anyone have any questions or comments for Mr. Lefevre? All right, there being none. Is there any other comments or questions or anything else you'd like to say before I call for a motion?
No, we're ready for the motion.
Chair,
It must be me. My hearing is going. I can't hear everybody that's talking today, and I don't know if it's the mic or.
Their mic.
Okay, so it's probably the microphone.
I think it is the mic.
Okay.
Everybody seems softer today.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much. I wanted to, since I have the opportunity, you're all here, if anybody can talk about their charitable organizations or any community involvement that you'd like to highlight while you're here. It wasn't relevant, it wasn't apparent from the materials. And if anybody would like to step up and share that, I would be appreciative.
Sure. Yeah, I'm a board member on Nevada Rise, a local school in Clark County in Las Vegas. So working with children from kindergarten to 5th grade as charter school. So that's my biggest involvement, but along with other things with the company.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah. So it's past board member with Junior Achievement, now current board member with Foundation Women's Leadership, and spent some time also with the Shriners helping out with the PGA event.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you. All right. If no one has any additional questions or comments at this time, I would entertain a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'm prepared to move for approval of non-restricted item number 8 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, and there are none opposed. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being here today. Thank you. Mr. Madamba, thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of MGM Resorts International, Mandalay Resort Group LLC, and Entain PLC for an amendment to their orders of registration noted on the agenda. There's also the application of Bet MGM LLC doing business as Series Casino for a non-restricted gaming license and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race wagering. It is also the application of Sierra Development Company for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda and to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Bet MGM LLC doing business as Series Casino. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure.
Thank you. Bet MGM Mandalay Resort Group LLC and MGM Resorts International are intellectual property clients of Louis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner, in which matters I am not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Okay, I was just going to say, I believe Mr. Zinger is appearing by Zoom. And
Madam
we have
Chair,
him?
I also,
Oh, you have a disclosure to make, Commissioner Krolicki?
I do, if I might. I don't want to be left out of, being the only commissioner not disclosing things today. Regarding Mr. Scherer's appearance in front of the commission, I'd like to disclose for the record that Mr. Scherer on previous occasions has served as my legal counsel on a wide variety of professional and personal matters. He's not currently advising me on any matter. Therefore, I conclude that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this relationship. So I will be voting on this matter today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I was referencing who is present for this item by Zoom. Mr. Madama is present. And then is this Mr. Zinger? Yes?
Yes.
And can you hear us okay, sir?
I can. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. Good morning. Still morning.
Good morning. For the record, good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, Scott Scherer, Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing on behalf of BetMGM. Appearing with me today are Vitek Baczynski, Vice President of Strategy and Development for BetMGM, and Josh Wiseman, Director of Licensing for BetMGM. Also present are Erica Okerberg on behalf of Entain PLC and Sean McGinnis on behalf of MGM Resorts International and Mandalay Resort Group LLC. I'd like to begin with a big thank you to Chief Hoffman, Supervisor Doyle, and Senior Agent Lambert. They were especially expeditious and efficient with this application, and appreciate all of their support and assistance with it. Next, Madam Chair, I would take your lead as to whether you would like me to make the presentation essentially that we made at the Game Control Board. We can have Mr. Baczynski introduce himself. We can take questions however you would like us to proceed.
How about an abbreviated version?
I'll do my best.
Okay.
This application is for BetMGM to become a non-restricted licensee for a slots-only operation in downtown Reno. The operation consists of 150 slot machines, restaurant and bar. In addition to operating the slots, they would operate, they're asking for approval to operate a racebook and sports pool. They would operate 2 betting kiosks in the racebook and sports pool area. This would qualify them under NRS 463-245 to then be able to apply for satellite licenses to operate satellite books. And their intention would be, if they're approved today, to promptly file applications for the books at the MGM and Mandalay Resort Group properties to operate those as satellite operations. There's precedent for this. As I noted at the Game Control Board, there've been a number of years. It's been a number of years now, at least 10, and a number of legislative sessions, including legislative sessions where these statutes were revisited and these precedents were not changed. So we believe, based on the Nevada Supreme Court's holdings, that indicates that the legislature's intent is to support the agency's reasonable interpretation of the statute. There will not be any mobile sports wagering being operated from series at this point in time. And other than that, we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I will open it up to my colleagues for any questions or comments. Commissioner Marcantonis?
Madam Chair, I was very satisfied with the session with the Nevada Gaming Control Board and our colleagues on that. I have no further questions.
Commissioner Krolicki, do you have anything?
No, it is complicated, but listening to the Gaming Control Board presentation and certainly the materials we have today, I'm comfortable with the information I have to move forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. Just a quick question about the satellite racebook and sportsbook kiosk that was previously operated by William Hill, Nevada. Has that been removed, and if so, when?
That has been removed. I do not know exactly when it was removed.
Okay.
It's been removed at this point.
Thank you. And then for questions relating to the Entain investigation, is that for somebody else?
That would be for Ms. Okerberg. Yes.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
We can certainly have her come forward and have her and Mr. McGinnis confirm that they're comfortable with the drafts of the orders of registration.
Okay.
And then I did have one clarification before we wrap everything up on the conditions.
Okay. Commissioner Solis Rainey, do you have any questions?
I don't on this portion. Thank you.
Okay.
You want me to deal with the condition first, or do you want
Sure.
to deal with the orders of registration? So the
Right.
condition number 3 requires a key employee application to be on file at all times and refiled within 60 days. Mr. Vachinsky, who's here, would be the key employee. He intends to file. I guess my original understanding of that application would, or that condition would be that he would have 60 days to file. Reading it, it was pointed out to me that perhaps it might require him to have that on file before the license is issued. And so I just wanted to clarify whether that was the intent, to require it to be on file before the license is issued, or whether he'll have 60 days to file it.
What's their recommended condition, right? So what is your intent about the recommended condition?
The intent is for the clock to start ticking once the license is issued. So 60 days upon the issuance of the license.
So Mr. Vachinsky would have 60 days, assuming it's approved today, or assuming that, well, once the fees are paid and the license is issued.
Once the license is issued.
Understood. Thank you very much. I appreciate the clarification.
So we're good on that condition?
Yes, absolutely.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Ogerberg?
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg. I'm Nevada Gaming Counsel to Entain. Also present, as we indicated, was Mr. Zinger. Thank you for allowing him to appear via Zoom. We appreciate the accommodation. We provided a presentation before the board regarding the UK's HMRC and CPS investigation with the public information that we could share. We don't have any further public updates at this time, but I would like to extend an invitation to the commissioners that if you would like any additional detail, if you have any questions, we would be happy to meet with you and share any information that we're able to do so confidentially. We also, of course, will commit to continuing to give substantive updates to the board members and to board staff as soon as we're able to do so.
Starting on this side this time, Commissioner Solis Rainey, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't. I appreciate the updates that you provided and look forward to hearing more updates in the future. Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
No further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. Just procedurally, I'm trying to understand the next steps. So it's my understanding that the company has taken a stipulation in connection with the settlement, subject to approval with 4 years worth of payments. Procedurally, what is the next step for the approval process, and what do you anticipate the timeline looks like?
Sure. So I'll start and then I'll ask Mr. Zinger to jump in if I misstate anything. The next step would be that the settlement terms actually have to be formally agreed with the CPS. And then once that happens, it will go before a judge, and the judge will have to agree that they believe the settlement is in proper form. And once that happens, then it will be official. The current timeline and thinking is Q4 of this year.
And in terms of the noticing of that settlement, that's before the judge in that procedural posture. Does any third party have the ability to object? Do you anticipate any objections, or is it just the parties to the agreement?
My understanding is that third parties don't have any opportunity to object.
Okay, thank you. And this relates to the legacy issues from the Turkish business from the 2011 to 2017 timeline.
That's correct.
Is that
Exactly.
correct?
It all relates to the legacy business from 2011 to 17.
And I will say I was impressed with the board presentation relating to the management, the company's philosophy, the historical issues they faced. It seems like it's truly pivoted and changed and is moving forward in a positive direction. So I do understand that there's a line of demarcation, and notwithstanding the fact that they're moving forward and taking accountability, it's not something that was part of the culture at this time moving forward.
Absolutely. I think the company that you see today is very different than the one then. And we will be back before May 2024, and we plan to share with you at that time a full comprehensive presentation outlining all of that.
Thank you very much for that update and for the insight. I appreciate it.
Certainly.
And the company now only operates in regulated markets, no overlapping with the upper management. All of those issues have been resolved.
Regulating or regulated. So there are some that are in the process of adopting regulations. And so there are still some operations there.
Okay, thank you for that clarification for the record. And the policies have been rewritten internally?
Completely.
Okay, thank you.
Pleasure.
And Madam Chair, if I can just add on there, I believe, just to confirm that since from the 2011-17 time period that is a legacy you're all chewing on, there are no senior execs remaining at the company. So I think that demonstrates a new leadership, if you will. And
Absolutely, I
that's correct.
confirm that's correct.
Perfect.
My apologies.
And a lot of the compliance issues are now centralized, so the process is well ensconced and ready to move forward.
That's
And I
right.
know our friends on the Gaming Control Board, mined into that quite a bit, and certainly gave me comfort. No further questions, Madam Chair. And thank you for everyone's time.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here to answer all of our questions. I don't have any additional questions. Obviously, the updates are important, and if what's expected to happen actually happens, then I'm sure we'll be the third to know. All right, so is there anything else from
I
you?
don't know if you want Ms. Okerberg or Mr. McGinnis to confirm they're comfortable with the drafts of revised orders of registration.
How about this? If you're uncomfortable, step forward.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Sure.
And so that would be August 15th, 2023, draft 1, right?
That's correct.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. So it would appear at this time, this matter is ripe for a motion.
I think there's a different date for the MGM. Is there a different date? Okay. So,
Okay, the 15th and the 16th.
yeah, so there's two different orders of registration.
Two different orders.
Yes.
Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it. So with that said, does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 9 as read into record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board with all 3 of the conditions as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Okay.
Orders.
On both orders.
And both orders.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 All
Thank you
right.
very much.
Thank you. There's none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 is the application of Dayon Vesic for licensure as a key executive at IGT. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good day to Madam Chair, members of the Commission, and Madam Executive Secretary. My name is Dan Vesic, and I'm supported by Mr. A.J. Burnett from Carson City.
Good morning, Mr. Burnett. How are you?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary A.G. Burnett with McDonald Carano here representing Mr. Vesic. Dayon Vesic is here before you for approval as a key executive. He is Vice President of Play Sports Technology And as at the board, he's prepared to give you a background overview of himself if he would like.
Please.
I'm Dan Vesic, living in Serbia, Belgrade. Finished the mathematical faculty on University of Belgrade, specialty computer science. From 1994, I'm in a commercial programming business, and from 1999, I'm in gaming, or more specifically, sports betting business. When I was hired as an analytical programmer in Belgrade Finsoft division of London Finsoft, I spent all time there from 1999 up to now, moving through the different names of the company's mergers and positions. Up to 2010, I was CTO for the local company. From 2010, I also get role of general manager of the office, which now has 450 programmers, all for IGT Group. In January 2022, I was promoted for vice president for Play Sports division of IGT for technology. Thank you for your time, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, sir, for being here and meeting us. And I'm going to open it up to any questions of my or comments by my colleagues. I'll start with Mr. Commissioner Markantonis.
Mr. Vesic, thank you for appearing in front of us again, and no further questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki, since you are there on the screen, any questions or comments?
Is that our signaling if I pop up? No, I think your background and experiences are exceptional. You know, no issues. Fascinating CV.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm impressed with your 24 years of experience with sports betting business and technology. I note that you're licensed in a number of other jurisdictions.
That's
So
correct.
do you travel a lot, or do you spend most of your time in Serbia? Can you
Most of my time in Serbia. I do travel to Nevada mostly because my main office and my manager is here in Reno, Nevada, and to our major clients usually, and that's Rhode Island Lottery, Lloyd. So a couple times a year.
a couple of times a year? Thank you. And then you are in charge as the general manager of the whole office with 150 people reporting to you?
That the direct report is 180, my Play Sports division, because the office also hosts global gaming development of games for casino machines. But yes, I'm legally responsible for the whole office.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming all this way to meet with us. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Also, thank you.
Well, I don't have any additional questions or comments, and I don't have any concerns about your application. But I welcome you today and appreciate you being here, and know that it's a lot to come here. And you've been through a lot to be vetted, and so we appreciate it very much. At this time, if anyone has a motion, I would entertain it.
Thank you, Chair. I move for approval of non-restricted item number 10 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 All right, sir, there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Burnett, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing me to appear in Carson City.
All right, I've been asked to take a recess, so we will do so, and we will reconvene in 5 minutes. Okay. Excuse me. Thank you. We're going to get started. Thank you. Do we have Commissioner Krolicki? We do. All right, we are ready to go. Thank you very much. Appreciate your patience. We're back from our break. At this time, I believe, Madam Secretary, you are reading in non-restricted number 11. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Non-restricted number 11 is the application of Yuri Clinton for licensure and or finding of suitability as an officer and or key executive as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure.
Thank you. Aliante Gaming LLC is a client. Sorry. Microphone is on. Aliante Gaming LLC is a client affiliate of the Greenspun Corp. in intellectual property matters. Aliante Gaming, Boyd Gaming Corp., California Hotel and Casino, the Cannery Hotel and Casino, Coast Hotels and Casinos, Nevada Palace LLC are adverse parties in a matter for a client of Louis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner, which matters I'm not personally involved. And my sister is employed with Boyd Gaming and works with Mr. Clinton as a corporate paralegal. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record. I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any disclosures to make? All right. At this time, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Judge Togliatti, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, law firm McDonald Carano, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Yuri Clinton. Madam Chair, we are Mr. Clinton's prepared to give a brief overview of his background, or we can just simply take questions. It's whichever you prefer.
Why don't you have your client introduce himself to the commission members and maybe give us a short version?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Togliatti, Commissioners, and Madam Secretary. My name is Yuri Clinton. I am I like to say a lifelong resident of Las Vegas, but I've traveled around as the gaming career has kind of given me new opportunities. I graduated from Western High School, UNLV, Vanderbilt with an MBA, and Gonzaga with a JD. But my core learning and development has really been in the gaming industry over 20 years, having worked for several of the larger gaming companies, having had an opportunity now, I believe, to do what I think is like the best job of my life at one of the best companies in the state, and continue to be involved in the community, no matter where I have lived. I've continued to be a part of different charitable pursuits in Las Vegas because this is my home. And I've got a large extended family that lives here. And I am excited to be here now in the position that I have and to be before you today.
Thank you. Appreciate that introduction. At this time, I will open it up to my colleagues for any questions or comments. Why don't I start with on this side this time, Commissioner Solis-Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Clinton, thank you for being here and welcome. I don't have any questions regarding your background. It seemed pretty straightforward, and just appreciate you being here and giving us an opportunity to meet you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Mr. Clinton, good to see you here, and thank you for joining us today. An outstanding background, excellent education, and an excellent business experience. Well done.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Clinton, I know we say this regularly to the folks in front of us that we, express our, how impressed we are with backgrounds and things, but you are the epitome of a success story. Your family, and you just have me captivated at the Gaming Control Board, but between your family having been in Las Vegas for, I think you said, over half a century, to the scholarship work that you provide to students at UNLV, the time you've donated back to the community, it's just exemplary. I'm an ardent admirer. I'm sorry I'm not there to shake your hand today, but you are quintessentially unique and qualified, and I fully enthusiastically support your application today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Very impressed with your background. You've just been all over the world and you bring so much in terms of your wealth of knowledge to Las Vegas. And we're so happy to have you in front of us. Could you give us a little more insight about the work you've been doing with the scholarship for the at-risk youth? I think you said you were doing that since 1997. How did that project get your attention and what's your involvement? And I know that you've personally funded that. I think you said 60,000, which is substantial. And we thank you for your community service and your contribution. But if you could share a little bit more about that since you've come all this way.
Well, I mean, it touches me. I was a special ed student and graduated from Western High School. I laugh. My daughter graduated from Las Vegas Day School #2 in her 8th grade. I graduated number 700 and something. I can't remember the last number. But what saved me, one of the things that really helped me was the Upward Bound program at UNLV. And I always have been connected since graduating high school with the help of that program and getting into college and really kind of understanding how to navigate. And so when I graduated law school in '97, I went to give a speech at their summer program and it just hit me, you know, if you guys write an essay, I'll give $100 to the best essay. And, you know, I had to take a deep breath for that $100. And since then, every year, no matter where I've lived, I've always come back. And now we're just hitting stride. And so I hope that my kids will continue that work. But it's been really refreshing to meet the new students every year and to see how many more people will get opportunities because of that program.
Well, I commend you for your work and thank you again for coming before us today. It's good to see you.
I don't have anything to add, and I don't, I think we appreciate you being here, your presentation at the board, obviously, which we are familiar with. So I don't have any additional questions or comments. It would appear at this time that this matter is ripe for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval, non-restricted item number 11, as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as strongly recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion or comments on the motion? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, and there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 12.
Non-restricted number 12 is the application of Aaron Stearns for licensure as an officer and key employee at California Hotel and Casino doing business as Sam's Town Hotel and Gambling Hall. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure.
Thank you. I'd like to incorporate by reference disclosure I just made for non-restricted item number 11 into non-restricted number 12 relating to California Hotel and Casino. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chair Judge Togliatti, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, again, Greg Giordano for the record with McDonald Carano appearing on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Aaron Stearns, and his application for licensure as an officer and key employee of the California Hotel Casino doing business as Sam's Town Hotel and Gambling Hall. Madam Chair, Mr. Stearns is prepared to give a brief overview of his background if you'd like, or we can just address questions.
That would be great. I would appreciate him introducing himself to us.
Hello, good
Hi.
afternoon. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Aaron Stearns, Stearns. I've been in Las Vegas 47 of my 48 years on earth. Educated through the school system here, eventually graduating from UNLV with a degree in hotel administration. I've been in the hospitality business for 35 of my 48 years. I bust my first table at the Horseshoe when I was 13 and stayed in food and beverage throughout high school with the Mirage and the MGM. And as soon as I turned 21, I figured I probably should get into some gaming. So started dealing cards at the Gold Coast. And I think I've worked for the last 26 years for Boyd Gaming at just about every one of our properties here. And I can't think of a job that's in a casino that I haven't been a part of. So.
Thank you for that. It's pretty clear when I was reviewing your materials and with the board, that you've done it all. So I'm going to open it up to any questions or comments by any of my colleagues. I'll start with Commissioner Marcantonis. Do you have anything?
I echo your sentiments, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you for coming before us today. I mean, you've really worked your way up since you were 13 years old. It's quite impressive. And I love to hear that somebody's done every job that's imaginable in a casino, because I think it gives you a different perspective. And when there's an issue that arises, you know how to handle it because you have that experience in the trenches. So I note that you're also a UNLV grad. We have a lot of them here today. I'm so proud to be sitting next to you as a UNLV grad as well. And I know there's some issues in the past, and it doesn't seem like it's reared its ugly head for quite some time. So I'm not even going to raise it because I don't think it's an issue. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Mr. Stern, thank you for being here today. I appreciate having the opportunity to meet with you. Touching on the last point Commissioner Brown made, you've been lucky, and I think you need to, keep that in mind. Hopefully, it's not an issue we'll see again. You've been extremely lucky, both with the disposition and the lack of severity with the instances. So you've done it all in the casino industry, but it's giving you a lot of opportunity. So, I hope that you are involved in giving back in some way. And I don't have any other questions. I mean, your application was otherwise very straightforward.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
I too love Mr. Stern's background. You're a jack of all trades. You're the kind of person somebody wants around because you have seen it all. With a privileged license comes responsibility and sometimes disclosures and transparencies that are unpleasant. And we have to be consistent. I have to be consistent. If people come in front of us who've had issues in the past, you've had one, you've had two, you've had three, and just assure us that this is in a good spot, and the opportunities that you have, and with this privileged license, you will take wonderful care of it and make us proud of the approval if that's what happens today.
Of course. I had to make some decisions 8 years ago and look in the mirror. First of all, shrinking your circle down to about 6, with 2 of them being my sons. That's where I'm at today. Really focused on them, putting them through school. One of my sons just started dental school 3 weeks ago. The other one's pre-med up in UNR. So that's really been a shift of focus. And it's probably the reason that I get the opportunity to be here today.
It looks like you've put it in a great spot. Lessons learned, especially with two kids in the car. I applaud you. This is a day to celebrate. Sorry to have to touch that, but that's our job.
That's okay.
I'm perfectly comfortable moving forward and very proud.
I do think it's a testament to what you're doing in terms of your life and parenting by mere virtue of the fact that you have one of your children going to dental school and the other one pre-med. I mean, that's impressive. So keep up the good work, and we hope to see nothing but good things from you.
Thank you.
You're going to have to work overtime. 2 kids in medical schools.
I am.
So as far as my colleagues' comments, I don't have anything particularly different or unique to say. I think, maybe the background that I have might give me a little bit of a different perspective on some of the history there, especially the level on the 2015, which was so high, so very high. A lot of people aren't standing up that high. So that indicates, for most people who did this work in the past, a significant problem. Never mind the number, but the level. So I think that I appreciate people learn and people change, and it's been a long time. But for a level like this, this tells me there's no cure there. This is like an every day, all day thing for the rest of your life. And so I'm confident that if you are telling me eye to eye that you know that and you embrace it and you accept the challenge because you have an incredibly successful career and you're like what Vegas is about. Starting at the bottom, working your way up is amazing. So as long as you tell me that you hear what I'm saying and you don't disagree,
I do not.
then I support your application. So at this time, unless someone has any other comments or questions, does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion for approval of non-restricted item number 12 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We are on
13.
number, which one?
13.
13. That's right. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 13.
Unrestricted number 13 are the applications of 888 Holdings PLC for finding of suitability as sole shareholder and director of VHL Financing Limited to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda and for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the applications of 888 US Inc. and 888 US Limited for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the applications of VHL Financing Limited for registration as an intermediary company for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of 888 US Inc. and for licensure as sole shareholder of 888 US Limited. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. Again, for the record, Erica Okerberg. I am here today to introduce the company. Here with me in the audience are Lord Mendelson, who is the Chair of the Board and the Interim CEO, Yurif Daphna, the CFO, Harinder Gill, the Chief Customer and Risk Officer, and Laura Bird, the U.S. Compliance Director. We also, via Zoom, will hopefully be joining in just a moment, Howard Mittman, who is the President of 888's U.S. Operations. We provided a comprehensive presentation before the board. We know that the commissioners have had an opportunity to review that or to review the transcript. So we plan to provide a very abbreviated version today.
Thank you.
We have provided a slide deck to you, which we asked to be treated as confidential and not be made part of the public record. I provided an overview of the applications at the board meeting, but in short, the purpose of the applications is to enable a financing transaction, which is part of 888's acquisition of William Hill's non-US business. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to the company and they'll walk through the presentation, answer any questions you might have, and we'll start with Lord Mendelson.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Judge Togliatti, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. Firstly, I'd just also like to put on record my thanks to Special Agent Sean Crowley and his team have done an absolutely excellent job working with the organization to prepare all this material for you. Also, I want to thank the Gaming Control Board for their process, which has also been thorough and gave us a good opportunity to speak to what we have done. Now, Chair, I will confess that we have prepared a shortened presentation, but I'm not sure it would meet the test of abbreviated. So I hope that I can stretch for your tolerance just to be able to do that.
We're happy to hear whatever you have to present to us.
Thank you very much. I joined the 888 Holdings PLC Board of Directors in September 2020 as the non-executive chair designate, a role I assumed in March 2021. On the 30th of January 2023, I assumed the role of interim chief executive officer on an interim basis whilst we sought a new chief executive officer. In that role, which was described as executive chair, I've taken on the responsibilities for the day-to-day leadership and operations of the company. Commissioners, I draw your attention to slide 2, which outlines what we will quickly try and canter through today. We're providing a shortened version of the presentation to the board. I'll provide an overview of the business before Yariv Daphna, our Chief Financial Officer, takes you through the financial details, and Harinder Gill, our Chief Customer and Risk Officer, takes you through compliance. Turning to slide 4 and a quick snapshot of the business today, With the acquisition of William Hill, 888 essentially trebled the size of our business, with the combined group now having around £1.8 billion in revenue, with the vast majority of that generated from locally regulated and taxed markets, and over £300 million in adjusted EBITDA. As you can see from the slide, we generate the majority of our revenues in the UK and Ireland, where we are a top 3 online business and also operate around 1,350 retail shops across the whole of the UK. Internationally, we're a very diverse organization across a significant number of regulated markets. And in the US, we operate currently both B2C and B2B operations across a number of states. Of course, while it is possible to bet in a William Hill branded sportsbook in Las Vegas, that is not operated by us. Caesars Entertainment bought the William Hill business in its entirety, and then they sold essentially the international business outside the US to us, and that's the business that we merged with. Turning to slide 5, you can see a profile of the enlarged group. We have around 11,000 employees globally. The majority are in the UK, primarily with our retail operations, where there are over 6,500 colleagues in store doing a great job as the face of the William Hill brand. We have over 4,000 colleagues globally that run our online operations. We have a rich diversity amongst our colleagues, with each office being reflective of the demographics of the location. We are a highly regulated operator with local licenses in 20 markets around the world. Slide 6 covers a few of the issues around governance and compliance. We've gone through with your teams in great detail all the stuff that we've done. I think it's important to say that in relation to the history that we have with compliance matters, there was a lot to improve. And I, as chair, and the board were not satisfied with the progress on those issues. And because we have a strong belief there can never be anything other than a firm and full approach to compliance and regulatory matters. And indeed, the William Hill business that we acquired had a number of deep-rooted issues which we had to address. Shortly after the completion of the William Hill deal, around just over a year ago now, Harinder Gill joined us as our chief, at that time, compliance and risk officer. And he's done a fantastic job in changing the entire team, process, culture, procedures, and methods. He'll cover this in more detail. But his task was to fundamentally overhaul everything that we did and to look for where we might have problems, which he indeed did, which we have addressed. Harinder will touch on the governance and committee structure later, but he has a direct line into the board of directors for matters related to risk and compliance. There will be no shirking on any of those roles, any of those responsibilities at all in our company. All the changes and improvements that we have made mean we are now in a much stronger position. And of course, there is always much more work to do in these areas, and we have to remain ever vigilant, but we continually look to improve. And I hope the Commission gets from me a real sense of the step change in approach that we have undertaken in this area. In slide 7, you can see an overview of our experienced executive team. And notably, we have recently completed a very thorough search process for both a new chief executive officer, which we announced at the end of July, and a chief financial officer, which we announced in the last couple of weeks, from a very wide range of very strong candidates for both roles. Per Widerstrom will start as chief executive officer on October the 16th. Per was a clear standout candidate for the board. He's an inspiring and proven leader with extensive industry experience, including in public companies and across highly regulated markets. I'm sure you will enjoy meeting him in due course. Subsequent to the board meeting where we appeared previously, we announced that Sean Wilkins will join as Chief Financial Officer from the 1st February 2024. In addition to having an in-depth understanding of the betting and gaming industry, he brings a wealth of relevant experience gained in CFO roles at international businesses. In the interim, before Sean joins, and to facilitate an orderly handover from Yariv, Vaughan Lewis will be taking on the additional role of Interim Chief Financial Officer. Vaughan has significant experience in the betting and gaming industry, as well as from the financial services sector, having worked for Morgan Stanley for over a decade. We really have a very strong team in place for the future and are making excellent progress with our plan since acquiring William Hill to turn ourselves into a very effective international multi-brand business of a very different substantial scale. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Yariv to talk through our financial position in detail.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Togliatti, Commissioner. I'm Yariv Dafna, CFO of 888. I will continue from slide 9. You can see how the combined business has evolved over the past few years on a pro forma basis, as if we own William Hill for the whole time. In short, we have had strong growth on the online side, and the retail is now growing again and is back to roughly 80% of 2019 level, despite 40% less shop due to the change in regulation. In terms of more recent results, I won't go into the details as the full presentation for the first half result is available on our website. What I can say, we perform in line with our expectation, with this being a transition year where we expect lower revenue but higher profitability with a focus on bringing down the leverage. Moving to slide 10.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt. I didn't catch your name. And are you
Yariv.
Mr. Daphna?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Moving to slide 10, we have made good progress on our 3 core financial priority: synergies, profitability, and deleveraging. As to deleveraging, we ended 2022 with net debt of 1.73 billion and trailing leverage of 5.6x. We made a good progress in H1 with this leverage reducing to 5.1x, and we expect to end the year at slightly below 5x. We continue to target below 3.5x leverage in 2025, and until then, we will continue to be disciplined with capital allocation to prioritize debt reduction. Slide 11, this is a summary of our debt structure, which is flexible, long-term structure with no significant maturity before 2027. We undertook further hedging at the end of last year, such that 70% of our debt is now effectively fixed from an interest rate perspective until 2025. We have also better matched our debt to our cash flow, with about half of the debt in euros, 43% in pounds, and only 7% in US dollar. As at the end of June 2023, we had almost 190 million of cash, excluding any customer balances. Coupled with access to flexible revolving credit facility of 150 million, we have enough liquidity to manage the day-to-day operation and continue investing in our business. So to summarize my part, we are very focused on delivering a leaner, more profitable, and more efficient business that will unlock the potential of our business and drive rapid deleveraging. With that, I will hand over to Arinder to take you through the risk and compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Yariv. Good afternoon, Chair Togliatti and Commissioners. My name is Harinder Gill. I'm the Chief Customer and Risk Officer for the 888 Group. It's a pleasure to be here before you today to talk about our risk management function, and I'll briefly recap some of the significant enhancements that we've made. So as I shared with the board, while I'm relatively new to the industry, I'm not new to risk management or working in a regulated industry that needs to pay close attention to its customers. For the last 20 years, I've been in risk management roles in major financial institutions, including 13 years at International British Bank, where I worked in London, Singapore, Johannesburg, and 5 years in New York City as well. So this has given me great experience of what it takes to build a best-in-class risk and compliance function and succeed in regulatory environments around the world. Turning to slide 13, one of my key priorities when joining the firm was building an effective risk management framework, as John mentioned earlier. And I'm really proud of the great strides that the team have made. So we have a framework now that allows the group to maintain a strong focus on identifying risk, evaluating risk, monitoring risk, and managing our key risks appropriately, as well, of course, responding to challenges that are presented by new or emerging risks from time to time. Turning to slide 14, the risk management strategy is underpinned by a robust governance structure and a culture of transparency and accountability. Important for this is the group-wide Executive Risk and Sustainability Committee, which I chair. So this is a really key committee for us, and it oversees risk across the group. And importantly, this committee has a direct relationship with the group board. We, of course, have the Nevada Gaming Compliance Committee, as well as other kind of standing and temporary committees that are commensurate with the risks that we are facing as an organization. Turning to slide 15, I wanted to give a quick overview of my customer and risk senior team. So firstly, I'm really proud of the diversity of the team. not just in terms of gender and ethnicity and other kind of usual factors, but also in bringing together individuals from a mix of backgrounds. And what that allows us to do is genuinely drive diversity of thought. And it's really important to have that in order to constantly challenge ourselves and our colleagues to make sure we're doing the best that we can in the respective roles that we have. By combining the customer and risk teams into one common function, which I oversee, this allows us to deliver a better customer experience through the commercial and compliance journeys that customers go through. And crucially, it enables us to deliver a safer experience for all of our customers as well. So the risk and compliance team itself, the kind of core risk and compliance team, has more than doubled in size across the group in the last few years. And now we have over 400 employees. It is one of the largest teams in the business, and that reflects how important it is to the organization. Turning to slide 16 briefly, we have teams that operate at the group level, and these teams perform activities that span across multiple entities and multiple jurisdictions. We also have local teams with local knowledge that are focused on the local entities and the local markets. So what this does is that it gives us a good blend of oversight and efficient use of resources at the group level, while still maximizing the knowledge and accountability at the local level as well. Turning to slide 17, and this just to kind of briefly expand on some of the changes that we made to the risk and compliance function. So since I joined, and I joined just over a year ago, I've seen the oversight. I've been overseeing the development of a rigorous plan to improve our risk and compliance standards across the whole business, as John mentioned earlier. So we've enhanced our risk management framework, we've enhanced our policy and procedures, we've enhanced our processes, and we've also improved or enhanced the capability of our team members as well. So the focus on risk management means that the business today is in a fundamentally stronger position than it has been in the past. In 2023, we saw the benefits of our enhanced compliance culture and processes when it was self-identified by members of my team that certain best practices had not been followed regarding KYC and anti-money laundering some of our customers in the Middle East. That was self-identified by the team. So we took immediate action, including restricting customer accounts, as well as informing the Gibraltar regulator, which was the relevant regulator for this matter. So as mentioned before to the board, we entered into a regulatory settlement with the Gibraltar regulator, as opposed to a fine, and the distinction is an important one. So voluntary settlements are entered into where licensees work with the regulator, which we did, and where licensees work with the regulator in a timely and transparent manner and demonstrate insight into enhancements that are required. In fact, in its notice on the matter, which the Gibraltar regulator issued publicly, they did kind of highlight a number of points that were relevant here. So in agreeing to settlement, the regulator considered that upon discovery and notification to the Gibraltar regulator of the matter, they note that A2 immediately implemented an internal compliance review and the systems and controls were quickly improved. And the regulator also publicly noted that the compliance management staff worked collaboratively with the regulator, including on doing an exercise with respect to the customers that we had suspended. So that was great that the regulator kind of had those kind of positive sentiments in the public domain. So having said that, we are of course on a journey of continuous improvement, and so our work on risk management will never be done. For example, we continue to invest in new tools, new processes, new technology to provide safe and sustainable gambling experiences for all of our customers around the world. Moving to slide 18, and just to briefly mention some specifics regarding the US and our US compliance operations. So as I kind of mentioned earlier, local teams are very important to us. We have a dedicated US personnel focusing on our US activities. We also have a specific Nevada compliance, which I mentioned, and which Laura Bird, my team member here, our US compliance director, is heavily involved in. In closing, I'd just like to add that we are committed to operating in a transparent manner and welcome the ongoing dialogue with yourselves and our other regulators around the globe. Thank you.
Do we have any? I'm sorry, did you have additional comment?
No, I'm just here in case there are questions.
Thank you. I will start with Commissioner Solis Rainey. Do you have any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions. Welcome, and it's a pleasure to have all of you here. Your presentation was really helpful. If I could just have one suggestion is to put page numbers, because when you were referring to a slide number and we don't have page numbers, that's why I was kind of shuffling a little bit. So
very good.
But the information in it was very helpful, and we appreciate, or I appreciate you putting it together.
Commissioner Krolicki, do you have any questions or comments?
No, again, just appreciating the distance and effort put into the presentation today. It's well done. It's a complicated story, but you all presented very complimentarily and well, and appreciate it, and just delighted to have you as part of our Nevada family. And for the record, it's Nevada. Just saying, it's hard to get it hardwired into the brain when it's different, but congratulations. I think you'll be just fine. Looking forward to a motion.
And just for the record, Commissioner Krolicki, even though we're having some volume problems with the mic here, you've been hearing everyone at the podium today, correct?
Correct. I'm
Okay,
getting
just-
some feedback, but I can hear everyone just fine.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. Lord Mendelson, you mentioned to the Nevada Gaming Control Board that you actually missed some votes to come and stand in front of them. Do I recollect 5?
It was 5 on that day, yes.
5 just on that day. Are there any votes happening today that have already happened that you missed?
Happily not.
Just out of, if I may ask a question based purely curiosity, when you're going to miss a vote, I assume you do not fill out like a vacation slip or a little permission to miss the vote, do you, to appear in Nevada?
It's the difference between the House of Commons and the House of Lords. In the House of Commons, you are under a much greater and tighter grip. In the House of Lords, it's by the consent of the Lords, so it's a much more collegiate structure. So it is wise to apologise to the Chief Whip prior, but you do not seek permission.
Thank you for that clarification. Fascinating. Thank you, sir.
Why does Lord sound so much better than Judge?
We can change your title. We can take a vote and change it right now.
Chair, Judge, Lord.
The Lord Almighty. Now, we don't discuss politics, but we're discussing politics. Several of us, had these interesting jobs and serve the people. I mean, just like we are as commissioners, but in elected positions and otherwise. But yeah, being, Lord Krolicki has a nice ring, but I live in the wrong country and state. But I do salute your title and your 10 years of leadership in the House of Lords.
Commissioner Brown.
Well, I have to say, when I watched the presentation before the board, it was robust, it was dense, and it was very informative. And it's really eliminated my need to ask a lot of questions, because every question I could have had has been answered, and the materials were very, very helpful. And it was really nice to see that you all put so much thought and energy to come before us and be prepared and provide us with so much detail. I liked very much the presentation in the materials that showed the genesis of the ESG committee in 2021. I don't know exactly what has been done with the ESG committee, but I can see just from the diversity, not just in gender and background, but also where people are from in terms of the field and what they bring to the table, and the alacrity and speed with which you've moved to create a risk team and change the structure and make sure that you self-report, like the Gibraltar event that you discussed. That is so important, the transparency, the accountability, and the responsibility. So I have no areas of concern at all, but I do have a very burning question. Did you get to meet the Queen of England when you became a Lord in 2013?
I have met. I met our former monarch, Her Majesty, when she was alive, but not in my capacity as a member of the House of Lords. I saw her when she opened Parliament, and indeed, I'm very lucky to have her signature on my seal where she confirmed my appointment to the House of Lords. But you don't get to meet her when you get introduced. But I did have the honour of meeting her, and her husband was also deceased, the Duke of Edinburgh.
Well, thank you.
And indeed, I've had the chance to meet other members of the royal family. It is not coterminous with being a lord that you get to meet the royal family, but I've been very fortunate to meet them.
Well, you are fortunate, but I know that with your fortune, you also give back quite a bit to the community. And I know that you are the trustee or director in terms of your position with at least 14 different organizations. And if you could, I mean, there's so many. I could talk about the New Generation Schools Foundation, Unite Us, Barnett Youth Zone. Could you just pick one or two that you'd like to share with us in terms of the work that you're really proud of, that you've given back to the community?
Well, I mean, there are many. I would just sort of highlight in two areas. One of which, of course, is particularly as we look at the future generation, and of course, the rather difficult circumstance for us all to believe that it is very likely that the future generations will not be as affluent as the generation before them. Is that we've got to make sure that we maximise opportunities. So, work in the UK for organisations which target people who are in very difficult circumstances and don't get those opportunities, and with the on-side movement building youth centres where we've had a huge diminution of them. That's a particular interest to me. And the one that I will also mention is my work with a particular blood cancer called follicular lymphoma, which actually I have. I only came into to be involved in it because my wife has got that cancer, and so we are in a very fortunate position. And so we've now set up a charity to look for a cure. The reason why I highlight that one is it's the first time we set something up in the UK. Actually, our major centre of operations is in the United States, where there's a very strong sector here and where we are doing a lot of work here with a variety of the great institutions here. So I serve on the US organisation. We've got 3 which work in partnership in Israel, in the UK and there. And so I've been very fortunate in life, and especially now to be able to serve my country in Parliament. But any chance we get to get that chance, you cannot, in a sense, walk away from it. So I think we are going to be able to do very good things for a blood cancer that hasn't had any major scientific innovation for 50 years, despite all the changes that have taken place, and to be able, in partnership with others, and we have a very strong partnership we announced with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society of America, one of the great institutions of blood cancer in the world, that we will be able to achieve something within the next 10 years. So that one is just one that tends to bring me to the United States more than others.
Well, I appreciate your work, and I note that you don't even receive any compensation for any of your charitable work. So you are an exemplary member of the community, and you're giving back, and I thank you for that. And you set a great example, and your team is outstanding. So thank you for what you're doing and for the excellent presentation. I have no areas of concern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again for being here, everyone. Very much appreciated. And again, the materials, first of all, the investigation was very thorough, and the presentation of the board, I couldn't ask for a better record for us. So unless there is anything else, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 13 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board. And council, this is pursuant to the 6th revised order registration draft dated August 11th.
It's the second order draft, and it's dated 9/5.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so we'll incorporate that version of it into the motion. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Stay.
We still have 14.
Yes, we still have 14.
And 15.
All right. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in item number 14, non-restricted.
Non-restricted number 14 is the application of Jonathan Mendelson for finding of suitability as an officer and director at 888 Holdings PLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Okay, so we've know a lot about you. Obviously, we have these materials, we have the investigation, we have the meeting, and we had the commentary up until this point. I'm going to open it up for any additional questions or comments of any of my colleagues, starting with Commissioner Krolicki, if he has any.
I do not.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Marcantonis, Commissioner Brown, anything?
I combined my questions. Maybe I shouldn't have with non-restricted number 13, just because you were before us, and so I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you. Anything else?
I don't have anything either. I think it's been fully vetted. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 14 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's official. You're done. Hi.
Hi.
So we are moving on to
15.
non-restricted number 15. Madam Secretary, if you could read that in.
Unrestricted number 15 is the application of Howard Mittman for finding of suitability as an officer and director at 888 US Inc. Recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Laura Bird. As Harinder mentioned, I'm our U.S. Compliance Director for 888. I'm here today to introduce Howard, who is appearing here via Zoom. He's our president of our U.S. operations. I can go through an introduction. We can answer questions, or if you'd like to hear from Howard directly, he's available to speak, whatever you would prefer.
How about, would you mind introducing yourself, sir?
Yeah, of course.
Talk about yourself a little for us?
Yeah, no
Thank you.
problem. No official titles on this end. I don't even have a nickname, but Madam Chair and the commissioners, thank you for allowing me to log in virtually for this meeting. It was a great help. I'm Howard Mittman. I'm the president of 888 North America. I've served in this role since April of 2022. My current remit, I oversee our B2C business, which includes operations for both 888 and Sports Illustrated Sportsbook, both in the US, which includes operations in Michigan, Colorado, and Virginia, as well as New Jersey, and in the regulated market of Ontario in Canada. We also hold licenses in the states of Indiana and Iowa, but we have not yet activated either of those. On the other side of my remit, I oversee our B2B operations, which includes our partnership with Caesars, where we operate the mobile experiences for the World Series of Poker, as well as our relationship with the state of Delaware. I report directly into our CEO and sit on our executive committee. I'm here in New York City, where I live with my wife and two boys, ages 18 and 15.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. At this time, I would open it up for any questions or comments of my colleagues. I'll start with Commissioner Krlicki. All right, he has no questions or comments.
No questions.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
I also don't have any questions. Your background is impeccable. And other than the fact that I hope your team goes down this weekend, we're all good.
We are favored by 3, so we'll see how it works out.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
No further questions. I echo Commissioner Solis Rainey's comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think your background is fascinating. I know you've done tremendous work with Time and Condé Nast and oversaw over 600 employees in operations with Warner Media. I mean, that's quite impressive, and how you've pivoted and how it's intersected into the gaming world. It just goes to show you, if you have an interest in something, there's always a place for you in gaming if you are enthusiastic. So I'm very impressed with your background, and I'm also impressed with the charity work that you've done, specifically with the clean water for the communities in Africa, which is a nonprofit I think you're working with. Could you maybe just tell us a little about that?
Yeah, so I was introduced to the charity it's about 11, 12 years ago. Scott Harrison, who was a club promoter here in New York City, sold his business, went to Africa, sort of found himself, found religion, and found the need for clean water and how vital it was. And he came back to New York City and started lobbying his network of people. I was fortunate enough to be introduced to him and had him come in and speak to my staff at Wired and at Condé Nast. And then I got involved in the organization, and they have a really fun charity where you can give up your birthday. So you give up your birthday for charity water, and then you ask friends and family not to buy you gifts, but to do that. And so I've had the opportunity to do some fundraising with that, and it's a really meaningful, well-run organization where I think almost 100% of it all goes back to the charity, which is rare and a pretty amazing feat.
Well, that is a great story in terms of how you got interested. I was wondering how you got involved in the first instance. So good for you for having friends who bring you into wonderful charitable organizations and for meaningfully contributing back to the world. So I have absolutely no areas of concern and thank you for appearing in front of us today.
Thank you again for allowing me to appear virtually. I appreciate it.
Okay, so at this time, I don't have any questions or comments or anything to add. I support the application and obviously am happy to do so in light of the background and the experience that he brings to the table and to our state. And so at this time, does anyone have a motion?
Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 15 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much. We appreciate your appearance today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, none. All right. At this time, we are moving to the restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, if you could read in restricted number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of All Aboard LLC doing business as All Aboard for restricted gaming license and the application of Manuel Porter for licensure as a member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Manuel Porter, All Aboard. And I don't have, a presentation. I know you guys have some stuff that the board had, my agent had put together and assisted. And I would like to actually say to that it's been a long process but very cool process. And with a lot of guidance and help from your team. There was one thing that I wanted to, one of the conditions that I wanted to see if we could change. I was going to, as an equity owner, hold the key license and have that change to where when I do decide that I'm not going to be part of the business, that I would then have that 60 days to find the key employee or have a key employee do their paperwork.
Chief?
Yes, Mr. Porter contacted staff and asked for a change in condition number 1. The way it is on the agenda, it states the employee application must be on file with the NPC at all times and refiled within 60 days of the change in the person occupying that position. And what he would like to do is change it to another standard condition we have, and I'll read it into the record. And it would go, if any equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee for this location, key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of change in the person occupying that position. And that's based on, he stated that, I think it was in the board meeting, that you're going to be spending a lot more time on property than you had originally anticipated when you were going through the investigation process. And so this change is designed for that and makes sense to me and staff.
Thank you for that. Did you read that and can you hand that language over?
I'll hand it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments for you at this time.
Okay.
I'm going to start with Commissioner Krolicki.
Chief Hoffman, thank you for reading that. So you sent that, I think I got it on an email, but I think we still need to circle back with the control board. How best do we do that? Or can we just, I can't see the members there, but is there a way to get confirmation that they're comfortable with, I think, an obvious and practical change to the first recommended condition that they had made?
Commissioner Krolicki, that's something I believe we can incorporate into the motion, and the Chief Hoffman has provided us language.
Yeah, maybe, did you not hear him? He doesn't have a problem, nor does his staff, with the change, the requested change.
I did not hear that, so good. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I did just have a question for Mr. Go ahead.
Did you have anything else, Commissioner Krolicki, for for the applicant? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Solis Rainey. Sorry, I looked down.
Mr. Porter,
Yes.
can you just remind us how much time you are spending and plan to spend at the property?
I plan to be there 5 to 6 days out of the week and then only just come back for potentially just Saturday, Sunday, but most likely just Sunday. When I opened the location 2.5 years ago, that's what I did. Simply because I wanted to learn the business. I wanted to understand it. That's kind of part of my nature. So I have the flexibility with what I do to be able to do that. So with this, this is another just key element to the business. So I want to be able to learn that and understand it and
Okay.
spend the
That,
time.
and that was
with
my
it.
next question.
Yeah.
Your day job, if you will,
Yeah.
allows you to do that and work remotely from
Yep.
Caliente.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Everything else is pretty straightforward.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis,
Nothing further from me, Chair.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you for coming. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sorry you had to sit through all of that, but I think it's educational. You
It
get
was
to learn.
very educated, a little intimidating at times,
No.
but then I was like, nah, it's
No,
it's
no.
education.
Was it the Lord part?
I think it was. I was like, Judge, Lord, I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know how that was going to go down.
Turf war. So with the Yellow Rose entity, is that just a pass-through entity for your commission and residual payments from NPS Bank in one payment? Does it operate any
Yes.
business?
Yep. No, that's correct. That's
Okay,
what it
I
is,
just
yeah.
want to make sure I understood. And so are you continuing to work with NPS Bank in Aurora, which is kind of one payment? I think there's like an acquisition thing
Yeah,
going
there was an
on.
acquisition.
Mhm.
Aurora acquired one payment. I was the 1099. I have since then become a W-2 as well. So I still have my 1099. So I have merchants throughout the strip locally. And then I also work for Aurora doing business development, which is primarily online, me via Zoom calls, meetings with partnerships. And
It doesn't
that's what
require you
allows
to
me
travel.
Yep.
It doesn't, okay. So those are remote positions.
Yep. So
Okay.
I'm allowed to be able to be remote doing that.
So how do you divide up your time between your work with NPS Bank, Aurora /One Payment, and this venture?
So I'm going to be just everything that I do remotely will be out of Caliente. So I'll have my whole setup there with my computer and it's actually attached. The office is attached right to the back of the building. So it'll just be, me in and out of meetings coming into the store and, be right there on site.
So about how many hours are you devoting to each of the three?
I would say probably a day, it'd take an 8-hour day. I would say probably 6 hours a day that'll go towards the store and being at the store. And then while I'm there, just some meetings throughout the day.
Okay.
They're about 30-minute Zoom meetings.
Thank you
Thank you.
for clarifying that.
Well, I appreciate you being here. I don't have any additional questions or comments. And at this time, I believe Commissioner Solis Rainey has a motion with the condition that was not opposed by our chief and his staff.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion for approval of restricted item number 1 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board, with the exception of substituting the first condition to read, if an equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee for this location, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. The second surveillance condition recommended by the Gaming Control Board would of course remain.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Any discussion or comment on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of RH2 LLC doing business as Rustic House for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Suburban Restaurants LLC for registration as an intermediary holding company and for findings of suitability of the Adam B. Corrigan Gaming Trust and Adam Bothwell Corrigan as a member or manager. You also have the applications of Suburban Restaurants LLC and Adam Corrigan for licensure as a member or manager as noted on the agenda, and the application of Cavalier Inc. for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure.
Thank you so much. RH2 LLC and Rustic House Mallorca are adverse in 2 separate matters for a client of Louis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner, in which matters I am not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Brianna Martinez from the law firm Kemfer Kroll on behalf of the applicant. I have with me Mr. Adam Corrigan. This is for a new tavern located on Grand Canyon and Sunset, and we would ask that the commission follow the board's recommendation, and we are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I will open it up for any questions by my colleagues, starting with Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you, and thank you for being here.
Good afternoon.
I had all of my questions answered from the Gaming Control Board review. Good afternoon to you too, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
I had some comments for Mr. Wedge, but he's not with us today.
Right, so Mr. Wedge, it was just a registration, so
Okay.
it ended at the board, so that's why
Okay.
we didn't bring him today.
Thank you. No areas of concern for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Corrigan, with respect to the number of employees, can you go over a little bit? There was a discussion about 50 at the new location. Is that 50 for just that location or 50 total across your 4 locations?
The current rustic house, we have about 42 full-time equivalents, and we'll be close to that. Opening, you typically have a few extra there. We'll probably settle down between 40 and 42.
Okay, so that's per location. Correct. Okay, thank you. I didn't have any other questions.
I do not have any questions based upon the investigation and the board hearing. So at this time, thank you for being here today to be available to answer any questions. At this time, does someone have a motion?
Okay. Madam Chair, I would move for approval of restricted item number 2 as read into the record by the Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thanks for, being, I know it's been a while that you've been waiting, but we appreciate your patience and being here in case there were any questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, what number are we on? 3?
Number 5.
5. Yes, 5. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in on restricted number 5.
Restricted number 5 is the application of ORB Restaurant and Tavern LLC for transfer of interest as noted on the agenda, and the application of Jacobus Holt for licensure as a member as noted on the agenda. Recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato here, enrolled agent with the applicant, Mr. Holt. Before you today is an application for a transfer of interest in ORB Restaurant and Tavern from Playtime USA to Mr. Holt. If this application is approved, Mr. Holt would acquire Playtime's interest and become a 25% member in the company. With regard to the condition, we do want to point out that Mr. Holt is registered to attend the seminar on October 17th of 2023. And with that, we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, I'm going to echo what I just said, which is thank you for being here so that we could ask you questions if we had any, and for waiting so long. So we appreciate it. I'm going to open it up to my colleagues. I'll start here with Commissioner Solis Rainey, see if questions or comments.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Holt, and this is an exciting time for you. I didn't have any questions. I mean, I know there's a lot of parts in terms of the financing, but it sounds like this is just a great opportunity for you to be an owner in this business that you've been involved with for so long.
It is. Thank you very much.
I don't have any questions, though. It seemed pretty straightforward.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Holt, again. And of course, the completion of the compliance seminar will be critical, but thank you for your patience today as well. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown?
Thank you for coming today. UNLV grad, go. So proud. So it's a wonderful day today. I'm having such a great time. Now, just to be clear, if the transfer is approved today, then Playtime USA will have no further involvement in the ORB restaurant, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then I noticed that there were 3 different promissory notes to finance the transaction, and there's a substantial down payment from you, sir, correct, of $180,000?
Correct.
Okay. And this is just succession planning? What is the purpose of this transfer? Is it for the the acquisition by you and
Yes,
succession
the
planning?
acquisition by me.
So Playtime is in the process of retiring. So they're exiting and Mr. Holt's going to take over their percentage. There's also a sister company that Playtime is involved with, Mountainside Restaurant. And they're also in the process of exiting that as well. There's an application that we submitted last week for new owners to acquire that property. So if that is approved, then they will be exiting that location as well.
Okay, and Mr. Holt was the general manager of the Fireside Restaurant since 2005?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me, so you've been here waiting, I just want to hear a little bit about I love soccer. I come from Germany, the big deal there. So I know you're a huge soccer player. How has being involved in the soccer community helped you in terms of your management style and the work that you're doing now?
Well, throughout my career, I was always the captain. So I was always the leader, and through playing, I got to travel to different parts. And coming back here with the UNLV community being so large, there's plenty of opportunities to contact people and get help in any way with employees or anything like that.
Well, I commend you and to turn your athleticism into this great career and your skills as a captain. I'm very proud of you, and I wish you nothing but luck.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
It's a great story. What a great opportunity for you. Congratulations. This is your moment. This is your time, and you're seizing it. And I wish you nothing but the best of luck.
Thank you, sir.
When you say the Playtime USA is dissolving as a corporation, and
The principals of the company are going to in the process of retiring, and I'm not sure what they plan on doing with the entity.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. It's not particularly relevant. I just wanted to know. Well, I echo the comments of my colleagues. Part of going last is that everything gets covered. But it's kind of nice because they're so thorough and I can just ease right in to asking for a motion. Commissioner Marcantonis?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move for approval. Restricted item number 5, as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Agent Partee for all of her help during the investigation process.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Okay, at this time, pardon me? Yeah. 10. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted number 10.
Number 10 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Metro Market for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, and Madam Secretary. My name is Debbie Cornine. I am the Director of Compliance for Century Gaming Technologies. I do not have a presentation. I am here to answer any questions you may have regarding the Metro Market.
Thank you for being here today and your patience. At this time, I will open it up. First, I'll ask Commissioner Krolicki if he has any questions.
I do not. They were answered, the proximity to the school, et cetera. I think it's very forthright and clear, and I tend to support it.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
I too have no further questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown or Commissioner Solis Rainey, any questions?
Just wanted to note for the record that I really appreciated the maps and the aerial view of the location. I noticed that there were 7 dome cameras and 7 wireless cameras, if I counted correctly, so you can see to the extent there is minor clientele that is in the property, you can always keep an eye and see what's going on. And I know there was some discussion at the board level about roping off.
If there seems to be a problem, that is something we will consider. And I've also, we've had numerous conversations, of course, with the operator. And as a company, I've talked to our operations team in the north, and they are adamant that they will check on this place religiously. So
That's wonderful. Also, there was a bit of a discrepancy in the presentation before the board in my materials. It was my understanding that during the board presentation that minors are about less than 10% of the clientele, but I thought I saw something in the material that said 30%. So could you clarify that, please?
During the time and when the kids from the school come in there, it's going to be absolutely greater than 10%.
Okay.
I just, typically speaking, in most convenience stores, we run about 10%. But this will definitely be different during those hours, of the school kids coming over.
Is the 30% an accurate approximation of what the minor clientele might be, just based on?
I think based on, what we have seen, I think it's fairly accurate. So there, a lot of kids, my understanding, will come in there, especially during the lunch hour. So, we do have to be very vigilant.
Okay, good. I'm glad that everybody's acutely aware of the situation. I also note that it's 0.2 miles away from Reno High School, and that the principal, Chris Hackbush, and the City of Reno Planning Department have both not raised any objection. And so that, for me, gives me the comfort to support this application.
That is correct. Thank you.
All right. I don't have anything additional to add. If there's no further questions or comments, I would ask if someone would make a motion.
Sure, Chair. I move for approval of restricted item number 10 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Right. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate
Thank
you
you.
being here today. At this time, I would, do we need, I don't need a break. Does anyone need a break? All right, then, Madam Secretary, I believe that concludes our items held out for discussion. Please read in our next item.
Next for your consideration is one gaming employee registration appeal. That item is David Pasquale, case number 22 LV 06156.
I thought he might come in by Zoom. Yeah, I think he's a Zoom.
Hello.
Mr. Pasquale, are you there?
Can you hear? Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect.
All right, I'm Jennifer Tagliati. I was not present at the last appearance that you made regarding your GER appeal. So let me tell you what my intentions are.
Yes, ma'am.
My intentions are that you've had a hearing before the hearing master or the hearing officer. Then there was the recommendation to the board. The board member who finalized that decision. Then you came to the commission for a hearing that was recorded and transcribed. And that was a lengthy hearing. And so it is not my intention to have another hearing. You've had more hearings with more pages about this than I can imagine would be necessary to decide this matter. And so what we're doing here today, from my point of view, is there was a vote 2-2, whether it was a split vote, whether to sustain or not sustain the board's determination, or the determination from your previous hearing. And so from my point of view, between the investigation materials that I've had an opportunity to review, the transcript of the original hearing that you had that I read, the hearing that you had before this commission while I was absent due to a family matter in May, I've had the opportunity to both watch and listen to and read the transcript of the hearing before the commission. And so it is not my intention to allow additional presentation on your part, because you've had an opportunity to do that at length at the last hearing. And so what my intention is to welcome you back, tell you I appreciate that you're here and that you are entitled to have a decision of this commission subject to the record that's been made thus far, and entertain any comments or motions and commentary by the commission members and myself, if necessary, before a final vote. Does all of that make sense to you?
I think so, yes. Thank you.
The other thing you should know is part of my decision not to reopen and have another hearing is because it's not just about you, right? I mean, it's about every time there's one of these appeals, if there were everything I do or we do as a commission or as a chair, we would treat similarly situated persons the same, right? So this is the first time this has come up, and you're precedent, quite frankly, for this experience. And so what happens with you would happen presumably with the next person if this were to come up. And so my intention is not to have another hearing. And so do you have any questions about that?
I don't.
Okay. So at this point, what I would do is I would first ask if I thought it would be appropriate to ask each commission member if they have any comments that they'd like to make before anyone makes a motion, and kind of give me and each other your thoughts or point of view, or if you wish to wait and have a motion and then have comments, that's up to you. But I would invite just kind of an open dialogue at this point. We have an exhaustive record on this matter. And so who would like to start?
Well,
All right, Commissioner Marcantonis.
so thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pasquale, since the last time that we were all together, what, if anything, has changed in your personal circumstances? What have you been up to?
I'm still a trailer that goes primarily in
Mr. Pasquale?
Don't do it.
Mr. Pasquale.
Yep.
Mr. Pasquale,
Yeah.
You're cutting out like every other word. And so do you have I assume you're on your home internet or your home office or your office?
Yeah, please let me try 1 second to try to click on my phone. I'm on my computer right now.
Okay, why don't we do this? Why don't you we're going to stand down and not discuss anything, and you try to log in on your phone, and we'll wait, okay? Hey, can I? You when you join with your phone, sometimes it's okay and then sometimes it's cutting out, and I'd rather err on the side of caution and see if the phone is better.
Yes, ma'am.
So we don't miss it. Okay.
Yeah. Is that better?
Same time, and we think the phone is better, don't we? Yes. Wait, the jury's out. Hold on.
There we go. Is that better?
Maybe just turn it down a little.
Is that better?
Actually, yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, you're very welcome. Yeah, this is my phone, so I'm really hoping that this doesn't happen again.
Yes, this is much better, actually. So thank you for that. All right, so we left off. Commissioner Markantonis had asked you a question, and then you started to answer it, and we heard every other word. So go ahead.
Okay, I'm still a traveling tournament dealer. I don't work for any one specific casino. I don't deal almost ever in cash. It's primarily in tournament poker. And the only thing that really has changed is that I did obtain one additional license for Maryland, and I was able to deal in Baltimore. And so the only other thing is that Las Vegas gives me the opportunity to deal during the summer, and a couple of tournaments in Reno that I was unable to deal this year. And it's just extremely difficult when it comes to a cash, because I do work. I don't work for a casino. I work for a company that essentially is WSOP. And when I do travel, I travel with those companies. And so they handle the WSOP during the summer. Virtually every other tournament around the US is shut down. So it's extremely difficult to be able to find work when I'm not able to deal during those times. So outside of that, nothing has changed.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? All right, Commissioner Brown, anything additional from the previous hearing?
I don't have. Hi, good to see you. Thank you for coming back. I don't have any specific questions for Mr. Pascal. Could you pronounce your name, please, for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Last name is Pasquale.
Pasquale, thank you. I don't want to mispronounce it. I don't have any specific questions for him, so I have just comments and observations, but other than that, I don't have questions for him.
I was actually trying to invite the comments and
That's
observations.
what I thought, yeah. Okay.
So could you?
So do you have any comments or observations? Do you want to start?
With
Turn on your mic.
my only additional comment, observation was that obviously I've had the opportunity since to review the transcript many times. And I keep looking back at our responsibility as a commission that has been a phrase that we use and has been used very oftentimes, that we have to be the gold standard. And Nevada has to be the gold standard and I think certainly our Gaming Control Board have done an excellent job in the analysis and investigation of the whole situation. But that is all that I have to add since we last all met. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown, you had any questions or commentary?
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate my commentary since the last time we saw Mr. Pasquale, just for the benefit of the record to make sure it is clear. When I reviewed the recommendation of the Nevada Gaming Control Board for the objection to the registration, as I read the very first paragraph of the recommendation in the introduction, it reads, because he stole a $1,000 poker chip while working as a gaming employee at a licensee location. Furthermore, he did not list this infraction on his gaming employee registration application. So the issues are twofold for me, and the record, as I see it, is closed. And to the extent Mr. Pasquale had the opportunity to provide additional information, witnesses, a presentation, I am bound by the record that is before me in connection with the recommendation of the Nevada Gaming Control Board. I will say that based on my review of the record, the protocol for lost property belonging to a patron was not followed. The idea that Mr. Pasquale put something in his pocket, regardless of whether or not he believed it to be a real chip or a fake chip or a good luck charm, it could have been a little choo-choo train. It doesn't matter. It does not belong to Mr. Pasquale. And as a dealer, I think he has an obligation to either not touch it, return it to the rightful owner, or simply turn it in. But I do know that one thing he could have done is just leave it there, look at the camera, show your hands, but definitely not put it in your pocket and take it home. I do understand that there was no arrest based on the record, and I do understand that the patron who came to Las Vegas did not press charges, and I'm not sure why he didn't report the chip lost or stolen. It doesn't make sense to me on the record, and simply put, the obligation and the burden is on Mr. Pasquale to present a record for the Nevada Gaming Control Board to consider, and they simply make the recommendation based on the record that he has presented, given his opportunity not to reverse the objection in connection with the findings below. And based on the surveillance that was evident, it does not reveal that Mr. Pasquale spoke with anybody about where to turn in the chip, and it wasn't turned into the lost and found. And based on the record, it's my understanding that he apologized for stealing the chip, and not sure if he admitted to committing a crime against the gaming patron for taking the chip. I am not swayed by the statements that were made about his intentions, because intentions to me are evidenced by conduct, and the conduct would have been to return it to the lost and found so that the person who was looking for it could find it. And I am troubled by the fact that Mr. Pasquale did not disclose in a subsequent job application after he was terminated, even though it was as rehireable, in connection with this issue. And it was a serious issue. And I know it's a serious issue because Mr. Pasquale has made tremendous efforts to try to get this reversed. And I'm simply not comfortable based on the record that has been presented before me and the recommendation that has been made by the Gaming Control Board. And I'm relying primarily upon the twofold issues here under NRS 463-335, subsection 12, A, C, D, and G, not just the theft, but also the failure to disclose in this conduct, specifically in a subsequent job application. So I've reviewed the materials again because I wanted to take a fresh look. I reviewed my notes. I reviewed the transcript from the last proceedings. And based on the record before me, I am not comfortable reversing the recommendation of the Gaming Control Board. And therefore, to the extent a motion, of course, I'm waiting to hear from everybody, but I would move to sustain the Gaming Control Board's objection to Mr. Pasquale's registration.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pasquale, good to see you again. You certainly have been a regular presence with us and certainly part of the conversation. So thank you for being the first of this situation, I suppose, if that's something to be congratulated on. I know this was a very sensitive issue when the 4 commissioners heard it, and Madam Chair had pressing personal business that took her away from the conversation. But my opinion today remains the same as it was then. But Commissioner Brown, you just said it exquisitely well. And as Vice Chairman Brown, you handled, I thought, the original hearing wonderfully, perfectly, professionally, laying out the record. That record hasn't changed. I think in our conversation and rereading the record, by the way, it was actually very nice. Commissioner Marcantonis and I are still kind of the rookie team here to actually read a transcript where we're real commissioners. I feel like we've arrived as Nevada Gaming Commission people. We don't have the years of record as our colleagues, but it just reaffirmed my belief that how I proceeded and voted last time was correct. And this was to afford you, to avoid a tied situation that would be a very impactful decision to you one way or the other. But if we would have moved forward, it would have potentially cost you another year to rehear. And if the Madam Chair had an opinion one way or the other, I felt that it was to your benefit, Mr. Pasquale, well, we thought it would be 30 days. It's been, 3 months or whatever it's been. but this was for your benefit and your accommodation. So I'm ready to move forward and having number 5 to be voted into it. But I again appreciate Commissioner Brown's restatement for the record, the reasons why she's moving forward as she is, and I support that, and I will be similarly voting.
Before we hear from Commissioner Solis Rainey, I just want to make a record that Mr. Pasquale was not available or asked to move this matter because of his travel, and availability. So we moved it at his request, just so you know, because I know the intention was to hear it sooner. And I would have accommodated that and we had it on, but we were trying to work with his schedule. And so I don't know if the commission members realized that happened, but he made the request to push this out a meeting or two. I can't remember exactly, but so here we are. Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you. I'm also looking at the recommendation before us. The 2 rationales that were given for sustaining the objection was that Mr. Pasquale stole a chip on June 5th, 2022 at the Paris, and that he failed to disclose his arrest on his gaming application. With respect to the latter, the gaming application calls for an applicant to disclose whether they've been arrested, indicted, or received a citation. The record does not indicate that Mr. Pasquale was arrested, indicted, or received a citation. He was investigated. He relayed that the investigation in his prior comments. The record also demonstrates that there was a prior investigation. The investigator, for whatever reason, didn't feel that it was necessary to either indict or cite Mr. Pasquale after he returned the chip. The chip at issue, although it ended up being a real chip, did look very fake. It's there's 2 different types of chips that casinos use. The one in the picture that we have is one of the real plasticky ones that he testified he believed was a souvenir chip that the player was used to cover. I don't believe he was given or ever had the opportunity to review the tape. There is a recount of what someone indicated the tape demonstrated. In my mind, that just seemed inconsistent with the fact that the uniforms don't seem to have pockets and it just seems contrary to, my experience into, how somebody would clear a table. In these circumstances, I think it's severe to deny somebody the opportunity of a right to work based on an investigation that it appears he was truthful in terms of describing what he thought happened. Did he violate a rule? Absolutely. I don't believe that violating a company rule with respect to property, especially when his actions seem to consistent with his recollection that he took it thinking it was a souvenir. He brought it back the next day thinking it was a souvenir and intended to turn it in. I don't know if anybody appreciates the dynamics of how fast these events move, but he didn't get an opportunity to do so before he was called to a different property to deal. Maybe his enthusiasm, in hindsight, maybe he regrets that enthusiasm because maybe he should have insisted that he be allowed to first go return the chip. But I do think based on how we've treated previous people in these types of circumstances, that it is very harsh to deprive him of the opportunity to work in the state of Nevada under these facts.
Okay, so as the last person to be involved in review all of this, I probably more often than anyone here wants to hear, I allude to the justice system that I spent 30 years of my career in before I became the chair of the Nevada Gaming Commission. And, part of that, jurors are told that there's, 2 kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. The law allows equal weight to be given to both types of evidence, but for the fact finder, they have to determine what weight to give to any evidence, right? There's also an instruction that jurors get that says, one witness worthy of belief is sufficient for the proof of any fact. Okay, so you had a hearing, You explained all of these things. And because the nature of this decision is necessarily finding that it was intentional and not an accident. That's presumably why so much time was spent on the details of all of the events of that of those couple days. But when you're called upon to make determinations about credibility, one of the things you do, whether it's direct evidence or circumstantial evidence, is you tend to look around at other facts that may tend to support or belie what's being told to you. I find it very interesting, at the hearing before the administrative officer, Mr. DePasquale referenced Heather Ullman being the person he asked about this chip. I find it very hard to believe that Heather Ullman would have gone to watch a video that it must have taken. I mean, this isn't something that would have happened in 5 minutes. Presumably, because you can't walk across a casino floor or get anything done in 2, 3, 4 minutes. If she had been asked, she would know exactly what this was all about, right? But instead, she's watching a video, she's making observations about the video to the person. That just does not make any sense to me. That you spoke to Ms. Pasquale that day. You said, I'm pretty sure I did. I'm almost sure I did at the hearing before the administrative officer, but at the hearing before the commissioner, you did. You spoke to her for sure. Okay, I don't know which one it is, but at the end of the day, I don't think that's consistent with what that investigation report shows, which is she goes off after you've left. And by the way, that's another point of order. You asked to stay. You wanted to stay and work longer, but the reason that you didn't give the chip back is because you're rushing off to meet family members. That doesn't make any sense to me either. There's very clear in the record, you said it both at the administrative hearing and you said it at the commission hearing, that you wanted to stay. The reason you even contacted her and the chip even had a conversation about the chip is because you wanted to stay and work some more. And she said, no, you've been here since 9 o'clock. Time for you to go home. But you're not giving the chip back or looking for security or doing anything extra beyond what you say you did because you're in a hurry to meet family. Doesn't make sense to me. I look at independent information in this file. It doesn't corroborate what you say. So when there's a motion, I'm going to sustain the findings below. You know what? Maybe you're just a really smart guy who made a mistake and it's negligence, or maybe you're just a really smart guy who knows how to cover, right? And has a good story. I don't know which one it is, but I know I'm going to err on the side of caution, and I've looked at everything, and I'm going to vote to sustain the underlying. So does someone have a motion in that regard?
Just one more item, Your Honor, Chair, if I may. You sounded like a judge.
Lord.
Sorry. Lourdes. I do note that in the recommendation that was submitted by the Gaming Control Board, in the discussion section under subsection A1, it stated that the appellant was arrested and or cited for the theft of a $1,000 chip in the instant case. And I just wanted to be clear that that's the record I have before me. And so the issue regarding the non-disclosure on a future application, where the appellant answered the question in the negative relating to whether he's been arrested, indicted, or received a citation or infraction for an offense, that was the issue that came to my attention when I was reviewing the record when you appeared before us. So I just wanted to be clear. That's the record I have.
I do think there's some inconsistency because in the hearing of the administrative officer acknowledges that there was no arrest, citation. It's an investigation, really. That would be the only applicable phrase from the GER application, I think, because I don't have the page handy, but and I don't know if the officer just kind of wrote that findings and order out and just left out the word investigation or not. But it's you see what I'm saying? What
I
you're
do.
reading?
And for that,
Looking at Commissioner Run, I'm lost.
it's the recommendation from the board on page 3, section A1 under discussion. And just to be clear, for that reason, to the extent I make a motion, I would not include the disclosure provision under NRS 463-335, subsection 12. I would only move under C, D, and G because of that issue, because I've seen it in a couple of different instances. So unless there's any further discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Just for the record, I just wanted to clarify. I wanted to just make sure I thought you saw an actual document. In prior instances, whenever there's been either an arrest, citation, or an indictment, we're also provided with some record of it. I don't see that we were provided with any record of any citation, arrests, or anything beyond what we've already discussed. So,
And at the hearing, where all the materials would have been provided presumably to the hearing officer at the time, the officer said there was no arrest, there was no citation. I can find the page in line, but because I didn't have the benefit of being here the first time, I've recently reviewed this. And so I know it's in here. And so quite frankly, I'm much more comfortable supporting the motion to sustain on the one ground and not the other. So I appreciate the motion and I will be supporting it.
Thank you. And I did make that similar motion previously under subsection C, D, and G, and I excluded A for that very reason, noting that notwithstanding the fact that he was terminated, there's some semantic issues with that terminology. So for the record, I move to sustain the Nevada Gaming Control Board's objection to Mr. Pasquale's registration as a gaming employee under NRS 463-335, subsection 12, C, D as in dog, G. That's it, based on the record before us.
Any additional discussion, comments on the motion? There being none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 And opposed?
nay.
Okay, sir, it's 4-1. So at this time, look, I hope you understand that I appreciate all your appearances and the efforts that you undertook to get your side of the story and make your record. And it certainly doesn't go unappreciated. And so I'm sorry it didn't work out the way you would have hoped. But you know, your professionalism and courtesy during these hearings is not lost on me. And I'm sure the other members of this commission. So thank you for that.
Thank you as well.
May I add one final comment?
Sure.
Mr. Pasquale, I know you indicated at the last hearing that you had never seen the videotape of the incident and you wished you had. I don't know if that's something the board still has available, but that's something you might, be able to look into. So that you have that available.
And I'm sorry, where would I go to obtain that?
I would make an inquiry. I would start with enforcement just to see if that's something they have available and can provide you. And the state bar in Nevada. I'm sorry, I thought I had my mic on. I apologize. I would start with enforcement to see if that's something they have available and can make available to you.
Gaming
and the state bar
enforcement or law?
I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry. Gaming in like the gaming commission.
The Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division. Contact them to see if that's something they can help you with. And the State Bar in Nevada does have a pro bono arm that does gaming appeals. Just if you don't feel confident that you can make an appropriate record, that's something you can also look into.
Okay, so moving forward, I believe last time, if I can remember right, that they said that I could appeal again within a year. Is that still on the table, or because it was sustained, do I not have another opportunity ever?
It's a year from today, I believe, that you can go ahead and reapply.
Okay.
Is it called a?
It's not an appeal. You just reapply.
It's a petition for reconsideration.
Oh, petition for my bad. Petition for reconsideration. Is that what you're saying?
Petition for reconsideration under regulation 5.109.
Regulation 5.109.
109.
I don't have that memorized.
Yes, from today's date.
Petition
for reconsideration.
Okay.
Under regulation 5.109.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's 1 year from today, sir.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Okay,
much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We are going to take a recess at the request of the court reporter, and that'll be, let's take 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay. All right, we are back in session if Commissioner Krolicki is there. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so at this time, I'm going to ask Madam Secretary to read in her next agenda item, our next agenda item, excuse me.
You have 25 regulation agenda items regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 3, 5, 6, 14, 20, 23, and 26 as noted on the agenda.
Okay, at this time, we're going to have our senior research specialist step forward. And I guess there was, the question's been asked, Commissioner Krolicki, if it would be acceptable, and it wasn't asked by our senior research specialist, Jose Torres, it was asked by a commission member, if the rest of the commission would be comfortable, rather than having a presentation, one regulation at a time, when that's been done before, to simply call the number and see if there's any questions on that that Jose could answer for us. Is that okay with you?
I'm perfectly comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you. So is that acceptable, Commissioner Marcantonus, Brown, and Solis Rainey?
I too am very comfortable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So why don't we just call out each regulation number and find out what questions, if any, we have.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. I am Jose Torres, the Senior Research Specialist with the Commission. For your consideration today, there are a total of 21 Nevada Gaming Commission regulations. I did have a quick overview of how we got here, but what I did want to make note of is that we have 21 instead of 24 that we started with, or that we submitted to the governor's office on April 28th. The reason for that is because 3 of those regulations, or 3 of those changes, are changes to the non-restricted surveillance standards. And those surveillance standards are under the purview of the Gaming Control Board. They published a notice to make those changes, so that's why we only have, or we have now 23 versus the 24 that were submitted to the governor's office back in April. If I may, Madam Chair, then I will proceed with the regulations. The first one for your consideration today is Regulation 3.100, 3100, regarding employee reports.
Any questions about what is being proposed? I see none. Moving on.
Madam
I'm
Chair,
sorry.
just as a comment, going through this, I mean, we all recognize the hefty chore this has been, tackled by the Gaming Control Board staff. Certainly you, Mr. Torres, have just been, this is heavy lifting. So again, a lack of comment is not an underappreciation of all the effort that went into this. It's just, thick stuff, things that I yield to people who've spent a lot of time considering. And if I can channel Gaming Control Board Hendrick, this is stuff he wrote originally that he was delighted to get off the books, if you will. But again, I just appreciate all the energy. So our lack of comment isn't necessarily a lack of understanding of the work. Sorry.
Well,
felt that was
no
important.
worries. Appreciate that. I'm sure they're not devastated that we're going to do this in a summary fashion in light of the time that's put in before we got here today. Yes.
For the record, if I may.
Yes.
I just want to say for the record, I watched the Gaming Control Board presentation. It's about an hour long, and I had the opportunity to rewind and listen more carefully for things that I had questions about, and they were answered for the most part during the presentation. So I did have the benefit of that. And so I just echo the sentiments of Member Krolicki in terms of, please don't take my lack of questions for a lack of interest. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we would all concur in that comment and those comments from both of you. So thank you for that. Mr. Torres, if you could go to the next reg.
Yes, Madam Chair. The next regulation for your consideration is to repeal subsection 3 of Regulation 5.025 regarding the written approvals from the chair of the board to operate a Keno game that exceeds a $250,000 payout on any one game.
Any questions on this?
5025 subsection 3.
Right here.
I think mine was from 3 to 5.
Well, why don't we, just because I have this, why don't you, oops, excuse me. Why don't you take this and take a little look, see it? I'm sorry. I don't know how that happened.
It's the fourth tab in.
Yeah, she doesn't have the tab.
It's not in the right order.
Oh, it's not in the right order.
It's the
Oh.
fourth tab.
Hold on.
Do you have it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
Okay, next.
The next regulation for your consideration is to repeal subsection 8 of Regulation 5.105 regarding the requirement that each licensee submits a written report to the board on or before the 15th day of each month containing the name, gaming registration number, position held, and date of hire of each gaming employee hired during the immediately preceding month.
Okay, I think we understand why this is being proposed. Any questions? No, there are none. Next.
The next regulation for your consideration is to repeal subsection 2F of Regulation 5.180 to no longer require that operators of inter-casino link systems provide and maintain a terminal and printer to monitor information regarding the system progressive pay schedules and other relevant data.
Okay, any questions on 5.10180.2F? Nope, there being no questions. Thank you. Please move to the next.
The next regulation for your consideration is to amend subsection 2 of Regulation 5.110 to increase the threshold amount from $1,200 to $5,000, at which licensees are exempt from recording a progressive log on a recurring basis, and to remove non-restricted so that all licensees can record the progressive amount at least every 7 days, so long as they have a board-approved online slot metering system.
Thank you. Any questions on this regulation? There being none, next.
The next regulation for your consideration is to amend subsection 3A of Regulation 5.200 to no longer require the licensees operating a gaming salon on the property of a resort hotel provide telephonic and electronic mail notification to the board each time a gaming salon is open and closed for patron play.
Any questions from the commission on this regulation change? There
Does
being
that
none?
affect the gaming salon issue we had today?
I am not sure, Commissioner Crowley, I can have the
Chief
Enforcement Division come up.
It's like asking Yoda. Yoda, can you can you tell us if this would have affected the
Come on, I thought you were Superman and all of this, and you are. No, just, I mean, again, we had an application. We
Okay.
don't see salon very often, and we're seeing it today. And as long as it works for them and we're midstream with them, just want to make sure it's clear.
Hello, Ricardo Lopez, Deputy Chief with the Enforcement Division, Nevada Gaming Control Board. Yes, what was the question?
We had a salon item on the agenda today. Specifically, Commissioner Krolicki was discussing with the folks from Red Rock and the Durango about the salons. And so he is asking, would this have impacted or, impacted what we addressed today?
I think there was a comment earlier in the meeting where it talked about broadcasting the salon footage to the Enforcement Division. That requirement was taken out. I'd say, I think it was last year, it might have even been the year before. That used to be a requirement. It was a requirement for a long time. It's no longer a requirement. This is the last piece that was left of that, where the licensees would contact the Enforcement Division to notify us that they were opening or closing a salon. We used this when we actually were watching or had the footage here. We no longer have that. This notification, we just put it in a spreadsheet. Basically, it doesn't serve any purpose anymore.
I can give the short answer to that based on the discussion and the gaming salon on the agenda today. And the answer is no, it doesn't affect it at all. This is something different.
Yeah, and I don't want to prolong this in any way whatsoever, but I thought they testified, or part of their presentation was, there is a live feed provided to Gaming Control Board. I thought I heard them say that.
They did. But this is a notification of whether they're opening or closing the salons to the public, or opening it, closing it to the public, or opening it to the public. So it's not about surveillance.
Okay, I'm sorry. Then that clarifies it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this particular regulation? All right.
Well, there were conforming changes to that.
So I think we're ready to move to the next regulation.
Yes, Madam Chair. The next regulation for your consideration is to repeal Regulation 5.215 to no longer require licensees who operate a system-supported or system-based gaming device to operate to perform certain actions and require information to the board.
Does anyone have any questions on Reg 5.215? There being none, moving to the next regulation, please.
The next regulation for your consideration is to repeal matter under the flush line of subsection 19 of Regulation 5.225 to no longer require licensees to submit wagering account rules before an amendment or adoption to the chair of the board.
Hey, have any questions on this particular change? There being none, if you could move to the next regulation.
The next regulation for your consideration is to amend Regulation 5.230 regarding the registration of hosting centers to align the hosting center registration requirements with other types of registrations as provided in Regulation 4200, and to make necessary deletions and modifications to Regulation 5.230 as part of incorporating hosting center registration requirements into Regulation 4.200.
Okay, thank you. This was a lot of redactions and changes, but does anyone have any questions?
I'd like to highlight, Madam Chair, that there are some conforming changes to Regulation 4200 or 4200. In addition to the very first one that we went over, 3.100, there are some conforming changes to other regulations. If the commission would like, I can review those conforming changes as well.
No, I mean, they're
part of that change.
Right. So when we vote today, that would be addressed and they would be consistent if we support it. Correct?
Say again, Madam Chair?
Well, if we vote for these changes, then this 4200 will be consistent with.
Correct. That would address the conforming changes as well.
Okay. Then I think we're good. If there's no further questions on those, we can go to the next.
The next regulation for your consideration is to amend subsection 6 of Regulation 6.080 to eliminate the requirement for audited or review financial statements covering the periods as previously submitted financial statements in the event of license terminations, unless requested by the chair. In addition, to allow licensees to submit financial statements for a stub period in conjunction with the financial statements for the first full business year, not later than 120 days after the end of the first full business year.
Thank you. Any questions on this regulation change?
Just one thing, this is one of them that was different from the draft that was provided to the governor. Is that correct?
That is a draft.
I thought this was different.
The draft that we have in front of us did have some changes from the draft that was submitted to the governor's office back in April. We reviewed those changes during the Gaming Control Board meeting. If you like, we can ask the audit division to answer any questions if you have questions.
Just wanted to confirm. Just wanted to confirm. Thank you for verifying. I have nothing else on this one.
Anybody else? All right. If we could move to the next regulation.
The next regulation for your consideration is to repeal subsection 2E of Regulation 6.090 regarding the requirements that applicants submit an accompanying letter from an independent accountant stating that the applicant's written internal control system has been reviewed by the accountant and complies with the requirements of this section.
Language.
I'm sorry, Mr. Torres, could you repeat that number? I got.
Absolutely.
Is it 2E?
The next regulation, it's 2E, subsection 2E of Regulation 6.090.
2E. There we go. Okay. Removes the independent accountant. So any questions on this? No. Then when you go, I assume to 6.090 subsection 11, it's even less substantive. Just adds comparable position.
I actually had a question on that one.
Okay, we'll go back to 6.0902E.
No, the next one, the one you went to, 11.
Oh, 6.090 11.
6.1, which one, I'm sorry?
6.090 subsection 11.
The next one.
Well, that's the next one, correct. So go to the next one.
Yeah.
Perfect. The next regulation for your consideration is to amend subsection 11 of regulation 6.090 to require all licensees submit a copy of their internal control system when reporting amendments made since the previous annual report, not reported pursuant to subsection 10 of regulation 6.090, and to expand those eligible to sign the amendments to a comparable position of the licensee's chief financial officer.
With respect to that one, I just had a question in subsection 11. The proposals that, as I understand it, a licensee, when they make an amendment to the internal controls, the audit division wants them to submit a copy of the amendment and then a full set of the internal controls reflecting the amendments. Is that correct, Chief?
Chief Fremont for the with the audit division. No, we don't need the amendment itself. We need the full copy because it's an electronic format. So
you want the written description of the amendment and then a full set as amended, a complete set. Okay.
Yes.
I thought it might be helpful if on the third line down you include the word complete copy, because that might create confusion. Right.
You want to read it in the way you think?
Yeah, and the third line down, the sentence that starts, the report must include, and you're omitting either. So I think it'd be clear if it read, the report must include a complete copy. Just add the word complete copy of the written system.
We can do that.
That makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay.
So just as a point of procedure, we've been moving through these pretty quickly, and it looks like there have been really no issues or questions. When we get to the point where there's a motion, should that be taken separately, or what would make the most sense procedurally?
You can make a motion that includes all of the regulations, Madam Chair, but just note which ones you would be amending or the changes you would be making.
Okay. So far, I mean, that's the only one, but we don't need to do it separately. We could just make a.
That's correct. You could just move to adopt the regulations with the following changes and then note whatever change it is you wish to make.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just wanted procedurally.
Madam Chair, just to confirm, and Commissioner Solis Rainey, then we want to add the word complete after the report must include a complete copy.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay. So the next regulation?
The next regulation for your consideration is to repeal subsection 4 of regulation 6.118 regarding credit applications and credit instruments issued by licensees to patrons.
Any questions or comments on this? There being none, the next regulation, please.
The next regulation for your consideration is to repeal regulation 14.105 to allow for the installation of a system-based or system-supported game without the prior written approval of system network implementation from the chair of the board.
Any discussion or comment questions? All right, there being none, next regulation.
The next regulation for your consideration is to repeal regulation 14.160 to no longer require licensees other than manufacturers to receive board approval before duplicating the contents of gaming device program storage media.
I'm so sorry. Could we go back to 14.105 for just one moment?
Say again, sorry.
Could we go back to 14.105 for just one moment?
Absolutely.
I had a question when I was watching the board presentation. I understand that it complements the repeal of 5.215, but I wasn't understanding, you're eliminating the additional step, but it doesn't weaken the ability to regulate. Could somebody just speak to me about that in a little bit more detail? Because it just, it was inconsistent with my understanding when you're taking that step out, but it doesn't weaken the ability to regulate. Maybe just a 1 minute presentation or 30 seconds. I just need to understand that better, please.
Certainly, Commissioner. Jim Barbie for the record. Reg 14105, the change there is to remove the requirement that an operator who wants to install a system game get that installation approved ahead of time. What that process would involve is them completing an application to submit. That would also include them documenting their network infrastructure. By repealing this, that eliminates that hurdle to installing that system-based game, but it does not lessen our ability to regulate that in a couple of ways. First, we approve that system-based game initially so that it can then be installed pretty much anywhere in the state. And second, we do random inspections of gaming products throughout the state. So we'll get the opportunity to evaluate that product as it's installed at some point in the future and address any deficiencies that may come up there. The reason that we feel comfortable with removing this requirement right now is that we've not run into any such deficiencies in the past.
Okay, so there's a preliminary approval, and that gives you the comfort that there's no issue with
Correct.
the elimination, the repeal of this one.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that explanation.
I mean, and isn't it, just to follow up, if they have a deficiency and they're aware of it, they have to report it, right? If there's some kind of problem that.
Correct. If there's a deficiency in the way that the product was, if falls outside of the way that product was approved, it impacts its approval status, they have a notification requirement. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that satisfy your?
Thank you. Yes, sorry to go back.
No. Okay. I'm not trying to rush it through. I was just asked, are we going to duplicate the whole? And I said no. But I certainly think we need to ask any questions that anybody has. So I think we were going to, you were at 14.160?
14.160, Madam Chair.
And I have questions with respect to that, and we may need Chief Barbie to help with that. Okay. Couple things. In the purpose, they added a comma that's not in the regulation. So my understanding is that licensed manufacturers can duplicate what they need to regardless. They never needed board approval.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
Jim
So this
Barbie.
only changes the license, it removes the previous limitation that licensees could not duplicate gaming device program storage media unless they had written approval. So I understand what it's doing, but I just want a little bit clarification. The typical thing that came to mind when I saw it was the old EPROMs. Do you not use, are EPROMs no longer used?
Unfortunately, EPROMs are still prevalent in the industry. They don't get duplicated as often now, though, because current technology makes use of different types of storage media, USB drives, hard drives, solid state drives, CD, and whatnot. So to duplicate EPROMs, there's not quite the need that there was in the past. So yes, EPROMs are still out there, they're prevalent in the industry, but they're in devices that have been up and running for many years. And new devices aren't EPROM based.
Okay, but on the old devices, would this allow licensees to copy those without board approval?
Under the previous regulation, the licensee would first have to, under the regulation as it's currently written, each licensee would have to receive approval from the board to duplicate any storage media, EPROM or otherwise. This amendment proposes to remove that requirement and allow those licensees to duplicate that storage media without getting the board's approval.
Okay, and why are you comfortable with that? I mean, like my understanding, licensees duplicate them in the past as a cost savings measure, and the requirement that it have board approval was based on the fact that you wanted to make sure that they had the appropriate mechanisms in place to duplicate it accurately without altering it. It seems like that concern would still be there. So I'm not quite sure if we're removing that requirement completely, or we're removing it from the regulation because it's still in the minimum internal control standards.
No, I believe, Commissioner, we can remove it from the regulation without worry that in your example of program storage may get corrupt. because the requirements on gaming software, it currently require the software to authenticate itself. And if it were corrupt, it wouldn't be able to authenticate it. It wouldn't run.
But you have minimum internal control standards that still limit that. I believe it's slot mix 93, specifically with regards to EEPROMs.
I would have to defer to our audit division on the slot mic requirement there. I'm not quite familiar with it.
I guess generally I'm not, I appreciate your explanation and I think it makes sense, for future media. If EEPROMs weren't used, I wouldn't have any problem with it, but because they are still used and they're likely used by smaller operators because they probably have the old devices and stuff, I don't know that I'm completely comfortable with them copying these without board approval. If you're talking about the maybe, less sophisticated operators or Chief Fremont, what is your understanding? I mean, would the mix still require that process be regulated, or would those mix be taken out if the regulation gets taken out?
Well, I apologize that I'm actually off the top of my head, do not know what slot mix number you said 93 says. Do you have it in front of you?
I don't have it in front of me. I looked it up when I was looking at this. And I thought that's why it was getting removed. I thought you were somehow removing it from the regulation because there was already, you felt that it was duplicative of the minimum internal control standards. I can pull it up if you'd like.
Because I believe that mix would have said something to the effect of getting the approval before they can actually do the duplication.
I believe the mix I'm picturing it in my mind. It starts out, it's the minimum internal control standard regarding EEPROMs. And then there's a note that licensees cannot duplicate them without having the written approval of the chair.
Yes. And so that is going to need to be, and we are already in conversations about how we're going to need to take care of that, because once that's gone, there's some other procedures we won't be doing either. And that's,
I guess that's my question. Is it the intent that the requirement would be eliminated completely?
it would be.
Not that it would
Yes, because
remain
that was
mixed.
put in there based on the regulation. So once the regulation goes away, we will amend that.
Jim Barbie, for the record, just to add a comment, you had mentioned restricted locations. Restricted locations wouldn't be impacted by the internal controls. I don't know if there's compensating ICPs that might need to be addressed as well.
Yeah, and I apologize. I didn't mean restricted. They would necessarily be restricted locations. I just meant smaller operators that might have older devices with still the old EEPROMs that might want to cut corners by duplicating.
Understood, Commissioner.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Should we, because at the end of this, we'll be asking. Sorry, any more questions or comments? No? Okay, at the end of this, will be, presumably someone will be making a motion, and we have at least one language addition. Is this something that you have concerns about such that it should be called out of a motion and addressed separately or not?
I'm not comfortable. Sorry, I have concerns about omitting this requirement if machines are still using these devices.
Jim Barbie, for the record, Commissioner, yes, machines do use EEPROMs. This would apply to any type of programmed storage media duplication, though. So your concern would potentially exist even with devices that, let's say, use a hard drive or that may use a flash drive. I think that one of the mitigating factors that we have that makes me comfortable with not having this be a regulatory requirement is that through the copy process, the media itself, if it were corrupt, it would get detected when they attempted to apply that media to the gaming device. So I'm comfortable from a corruption standpoint.
And my concern wasn't just with corruption, it was with alteration.
Pardon me?
My concern wasn't necessarily that it would be corrupt, that it could somehow be altered.
I would argue that same issue would exist even if the licensee had authority to or had approval to modify the EEPROM. Something malicious could happen even if they had approval. If by modify you mean someone doing that intentionally.
So I'm going to oh, wait, you have something. Chief Fremont.
So we just pulled up the mix for EPROMs, and 94 has requirements that they need to verify, do certain verifications before they actually do the copying. There's a whole bunch of steps that they need to do. We will be keeping those because they're still going to need to do those. And when we are doing our audit steps, we will be ensuring that they are doing those, which is ensuring that copies over correctly, that they're using the proper one. There's a whole bunch of steps there. The only thing that's going to go away is just that the requirement that they need to get approval first before they can actually do the copying. So we're
Just the note that precedes 93.
Yep. So the steps that they're going to need to do in order to properly do the copying, they're still going to need to do those. We are still going to have audit steps where we are going to ensure that they're doing that properly. So that's going to remain if that gives you any comfort level. All right, great.
That makes my auditor's heart very, very happy.
Thanks.
That there would still be verification of the actual process.
Okay, so we don't need to hold that one out.
No.
Okay, thank you. Next regulation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next regulation for your consideration is to repeal subsection 1B2 of Regulation 14.170 to no longer require manufacturers to affix the board approval number on all media placed in gaming devices.
Does anyone have any questions or comments on this regulation? There being none, next regulation.
The next regulation for your consideration is to amend subsection 2 of Regulation 14.210 to no longer require restricted licensees to obtain approval by the chair of the board before the use of a promotional device.
Any discussion on this particular regulation?
Quick question. What was the logic previously behind requiring approval for the promotional device? And why is it not important anymore?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Jim Barbie for the record. I'm not wholly familiar with the background on why this regulation was adopted the way that it was. I apologize for that. However, in the years that I've been responsible for this particular area, we have had no issues with restricted locations submitting their requests to use an already approved promotional device. When they submit their request, what we look at right now are the rules that are going to be applied to that promotion. We discuss those with our enforcement division to make sure that everything's the way that it should be. And there have not been very many issues with that. And it's gotten to the point where it's more of an administrative process that doesn't necessarily provide much value for us. The licensees are continuing to use approved promotional devices.
So now the chair just doesn't have to give approval.
That's correct.
Okay, but so there's still oversight.
Correct. There's oversight in that the device itself, the promotional device, does have to go through an approval process.
Okay.
Once the promotional device is approved, though, any licensee can make use of that approved promotional device without receiving prior approval of the promotion for which they wish to make use of.
Thank you. I take no issue then. I appreciate it.
Okay, and just a point of clarification, the purpose indicates that it's being revised to no longer require restricted licensees. However, the actual changes demonstrate that although there's a wording change, the requirement's still there because you're taking away non-restricted from licensee. So all licensees would be required to not offer promotion device for play unless the promotion device has been approved by the.
I believe that language was removed, Commissioner Jim Barbie, for the record. I believe that language was removed so that that first sentence would apply to both restricted and non-restricted licensees.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something because so the first part of it, the part that remains will apply to all licensees.
Correct.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next regulation, please.
The next regulation for your consideration is to amend subsection 7 of Regulation 20.030 to align with the deadline in subsection 3 of Nevada Revised Statutes 463.369 to the 15th day of the month to submit monthly reports of the amount wagered at the buyer's or user's establishment of races and events for which a disseminator supplies the buyer or user with the horse or other racing information used to determine winners of or payoffs on the wagers.
So 24th to the 15th. Mine was so much shorter.
Yes.
I'm just teasing you.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Just kidding, nothing. I would have said this regulation changes the due date from 24th to the 15th. That would have been it. Any discussion on this? No, there being none. Thank you. Next regulation.
The next regulation for your consideration is to amend subsection 1 of Regulation 20.070 to eliminate the requirement for reviewed financial statements covering the period since the previously submitted financial statements in the event of license terminations, unless requested by the chair of the board, and to allow licensees to submit 1 copy of reviewed financial statements instead of 2 copies. In addition, to allow licensees to submit financial statements for a stub period in conjunction with the financial statements for the first full business year, not later than 120 days after the end of the first full business year.
Do we have any questions on this particular added language and changes?
The next regulation for your consideration is to amend subsection 3 of Regulation 23.040 to allow licensees to utilize the casino cage in lieu of a card room bank without written approval. Madam Chair, there is a non-substantive correction to the title of the subsection of this draft. We provided copies to the public, and you should have copies at your desk at the dais as well.
We do. Thank you. Any questions or comments on this particular change?
It's different.
So on the motion that would be needed if for the bulk of these changes, do we have to accommodate that change, Jose?
Tiffany's
Yes.
about to answer that.
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner Colleague.
Okay.
23403 would be the next. And
The
the,
next regulation for your consideration is to amend subsection 1. of
wait, hold
Regulation-
on. Wait, I'm sorry to make you go back, but I just want to make sure.
It looks the same to me.
The exact difference
These
so
two
that
look
it
the
can be
same.
included in the motion. That's what I'm asking.
Looks-
When someone makes the motion, what exactly was the change between what's in our notebook and what's on the dais here?
The title, Madam Chair, the title
Just the
of
title?
the title of the subsection, we had it incorrectly as reviewed financial statements, and it should be, I don't have that updated draft
Accounting
in front of
for-
me.
Okay, so when the motion is made, the motion, in addition to adding the language about the complete for the previous, would need to include, for whoever's making this motion, changing the title of the regulation 23.040 to the sentence it now reads on our sheet on the dais. So I'm probably going to look at this one over here to make the motion. And so, so she's taking note of that. And now we can move to the next one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next regulation for your consideration is to amend subsection 1 of Regulation 26.060 to update the correct commission percentage of 18% as reflected in subsection 1 of NRS 464.040 and to amend subsection 2 of Regulation 26.060 to update the correct tax percentage of 3% the licensees pay on the total commission deducted on all pari-mutuel wagers as reflected in subsection 3 of NRS 464.040.
Pretty straightforward. Any questions? Comments? There are none. Does that end the list of
That is the last
regulations?
of the regulations, Madam Chair.
Okay. Do we have any questions or comments for Mr. Torres before, oh, wait,
170, I believe so.
which one? We did it right? Okay. Do we have any questions or comments for Mr. Torres before we proceed to Commissioner Solis Rainey making a motion?
Just quick question under 260601. I understand that the change is being made here to be consistent with NRS 464040 subsection 1. Do you know when that change was made? Because it amends to correct the tax
Commissioner Brown,
percentage.
is that for 26.060 you said?
Yes, sir.
And please repeat the question one more time.
It's my understanding that the change from 13% to 18% is being made pursuant to NRS 464-040 subsection 1. Correct? And I'm just asking when that
Yes.
change was made. I'm
The
trying to figure
18,
out.
yeah, the 18% is in subsection 1 of NRS 464.040.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand the timing of that change. Is that a new one?
NRS 463.
464-040 subsection 1. Was
a
that
long time
changed
ago?
recently?
Recently.
I'm sorry, did you say should it be 463?
Commissioner, it looks like that statute was amended back in 2017. I'm not sure if that was the
That's the
last.
question.
That was
I'm
the
just trying to
last.
figure out how long it took to catch up.
It was last amended in 2017, whether that was the change or not.
Okay.
I'm not certain, but yes.
Thank you.
It's been a while.
Please.
For your comfort level, licensees have been properly reporting based on the statute.
Thank you. It's just catching up with the actual language. I have no questions about that anymore. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone, does Commissioner Solis Rainey, were you willing to make the motion in this matter?
I am, Chair. Tagliati. I move to adopt the regulations as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board and discuss here today with the following changes. On Regulation 6.09011, we would add the word complete as discussed. On Regulation 23.040, we would just adopt the version with the correct title, which is accounting for transactions between card table banks and card room banks. These.
Singular.
Oh, I'm sorry. And card room bank. I just said it, but I apologize.
Matter, banks or bank?
I just corrected it to bank.
Okay.
It's fine.
So the motion is for singular bank and bank.
And these amendments would be effective immediately upon adoption by the commission.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? None opposed. Better late than never.
Madam Chair,
okay.
not if I can just again, so much effort went into this. This goes back to the governor's state of the state address, but all the folks sitting in the room, the chiefs and you, Jose, and others, and the Gaming Control Board. Thank you for undertaking this. It's not easy cleaning house, or you can just ignore the basement and not worry about those things, but to go down and clean it up, and I'm sure there's still more to do, but congratulations to all on this effort. It wasn't easy, and we were able to take care of it in 30 minutes, but it took you all, many, many months. So again, thank you for the effort, and good on all of you.
Yes, thank you very much, everyone, and for being here today. We'd appreciate it. Okay, at this time, our next agenda item is the administrative reports. If we could start with the board.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Oh, wait, your mic. He's saying your mic.
Thank you. Hello? Okay. On October 4th, the Gaming Control Board meeting will commence at 9 o'clock with 7 non-restricted items. There will be a patron dispute after that. And then at the 1 o'clock session, there are 13 restricted items.
So a one-day meeting?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Anything from the Attorney General's office today?
Nothing today, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, let's close with our last agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right, is there anyone present in Carson City wishing to make public comment? Please step forward to the podium. It appears there's no one present for public comment in Carson City. Anyone here in Las Vegas? It appears there's no one present for public comment. That will close our public comment section. This concludes the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of September. Yes.
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry. I know we're trying to move through. It's been a long day. Just a question, and I can't. I think Judge Assad was there. I'm not sure who on the Gaming Control Board is present, but it would be I think, important and certainly enlightening, given the recent events of the past weeks regarding cyber security and ransomware, and particularly to MGM and to our friends at Caesars. How it impacts, our world, our regulatory responsibilities. Right now, the priority is just to recover and make sure that patrons are made whole, the systems are secure. But I think at some point in time, when there's the energy and understanding of what just happened, if we could get some kind of briefing on what's transpired, that's appropriate and for public record, and perhaps, policy going forward, how do we avoid these things if they do happen? What are the reporting schemes? Were these already, were they immediately reported to the Gaming Control Board? But, I just, there are a lot of questions. A lot of publicity. It's a global story, and I just think it would behoove all of us to really get a good handle on just what happened.
Okay, well, that was part of our public comment for which the commission cannot take any action, and it's not an agenda item. So I'm sure you've noted the comments, and at this time, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. I know we're all anxious to get out of here, but I just wanted to thank all the chiefs for being here and for all the work that you all and the AG's office put into the regulations. I also wanted to thank the Enforcement Division for the presentation they made at the board meeting. I think we don't say it often enough, but we do appreciate all of the work that you do and you all putting your lives on the line to protect us and to make sure that the industry is protected. So thank you.
Would anyone else like to make any public comment or commissioner comment? Because
Well said, and I concur. Thank you all so much. It was an excellent presentation. We watched it all. Thank you.
all right. At this time, that closes the Gaming Commission meeting for the month of September, and we are adjourned. Thank you.